maybe this is an opportunity to pivot.
Please welcome David Thacker.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Thacker, VP of Product Management at Google. I'm responsible for our G Suite products, and welcome to our Spotlight session today on G Suite. We're going to go a little deeper. Some of you may have been at the keynote this morning and saw some of the highlights of G Suite. We're going to go a bit deeper in this session today, talk about some of the things we're working on. Our teams have been working really hard this last year on some pretty exciting innovations, a number of which we're announcing today. And at the end, we're going to be welcomed on stage by one of our customers, Fossil, which is going to talk about their transformation with G Suite, and we're really excited to have them here today. So G Suite, our focus is on helping organizations transform the way they work. And when you sit through this session today and you think about your potential migration to G Suite, you should think about how it might help you reimagine the way your business works. And just to level set everyone, G Suite is a pretty robust portfolio of applications, productivity applications. We have over 1.5 billion active users of our G Suite applications. These include popular applications you're familiar with, such as Gmail, Drive, Google Docs, but it also includes a number of applications you may not be as familiar with. But G Suite has everything you need and your organization needs to create, to communicate, and to collaborate in a secure way. So we've long been popular with what we call digital native companies like Twitter, Salesforce, Netflix that have leveraged G Suite to run their businesses. Over the last 3 or 4 years, we've really invested heavily in making sure our G Suite applications are truly enterprise grade. So we're really pleased to see that across a wide range of industries, from manufacturing to financial services to telecommunications, pharmaceuticals, we have leading companies and leading enterprises that have chosen to adopt G Suite. We now have over 5 million businesses using G Suite. We've added more than 1 million businesses in the last year alone. So G Suite reimagines how businesses work by powering teams to be faster, smarter, and more collaborative than ever before. We like to say G Suite helps teams make it fast, make it smart, make it together. I'm going to take you through each one of these 3 pillars and give you some examples and bring it to life in terms of our products. So let's talk about making it fast. Speed is imperative in today's business world. Whether you're responding to a customer request, getting a product or a service to market, solving a technical problem, speed really matters. And speed is at the heart of G Suite. What originally really set us apart as a tool was our real-time collaboration capabilities. We're still best in class in this area. We allow teams and individuals to work in parallel to create things. So here's an example of a Google Doc where multiple people can work simultaneously in real time, always having access to the latest version of a document from whatever device, whatever location they're working from. This is significant time savings over legacy ways of working with other productivity solutions where you may be emailing large file attachments back and forth, always trying to stay on the same version. With G Suite, that's not necessary. And so another way we help users work fast is through Google Drive. Google Drive has now over 1 billion active users. We announced that last year. It's arguably the most popular cloud storage solution in the market. We've really transformed that into a full-blown enterprise content collaboration solution. So today we're launching some new features in Drive. Metadata is one, so you can now add structured metadata to your content in Drive. And we're also adding document approvals to Drive to help our customers work more effectively and work faster. We've heard from our customers that traditional ECM solutions can be cumbersome, can be difficult to use, so we've really tried to keep the simplicity within these features within Google Drive. Another example that you heard about in the keynote this morning is bringing digital assistants to G Suite. So we're really excited to take the Google Assistant and integrate that with Calendar in G Suite. So if I'm driving to work one day, I can ask the Google Assistant to tell me when my first meeting is, where my first meeting is, who it's with. But we're also bringing this assistance into other products within G Suite. So an example is automatic live captioning, which you saw a demo of in the keynote this morning. This brings the power of artificial intelligence, speech-to-text technology, to make it much easier to follow conversation in a meeting. Whether for accessibility reasons you may be hard of hearing, you need this technology, or let's say you're in a noisy room such as an airport and you're having trouble following what's going on in the meeting. With one click you can turn this on, and it's really pretty amazing to see this in action. We're adding other additional assistant capabilities to our Meet video conferencing product, such as the ability to start a meeting with voice commands, the ability to capture action items, all through our Hangouts Meet hardware. We want to save users time in G Suite. So through our own research and through some third-party research, we found that the typical office worker may use dozens of different applications, SaaS applications, to get their work done. We want to make it really easy to bring these other applications into G Suite. So last year, we launched a Gmail add-on framework, which allows third-party developers to create applications that open in a side panel in Gmail. And those side panel, you can drag and drop things between the Gmail interface. It makes it really easy to use applications like Salesforce or SAP in conjunction with Gmail. We're now today announcing we're extending that add-on framework to all of G Suite. So it doesn't matter which host application you're using in G Suite, whether it's Google Docs or Google Drive, you'll be able to open the side panel with those third-party apps. It's great for a third-party developer because they can just write this application once and it can work across all G Suite applications. But we really want to help our users minimize their context switching and do everything from one interface within G Suite. So a great customer example here is Gant, which is one of the leading clothing retailers. They recently used G Suite to open a new flagship store in London, in Regent Street. This is in a typical process, takes about a year, but leveraging G Suite, they were able to do this in just 3 months. And this required a lot of coordination between employees across 3 different locations, in Portugal, in Sweden, in the UK, across a wide range of functions, from design to manufacturing to operations. These teams, again, use G Suite to stay coordinated. And there's a great video you can find on YouTube which highlights this example in more detail. So the second pillar of G Suite is making it smart. And what we mean by this is harnessing your data and knowledge in your organization to make better business decisions that'll have more impactful outcomes. So a few examples of how you can see this in our products. Again, going back to Google Drive, this is the Drive mobile app. We now have a priority page in Drive, which allows you to really focus your attention on the files that need your attention. So we use a variety of different signals, artificial intelligence signals, to come up and identify the files that we think you'll need access to, need to be working on. And we help guide you to action. So for instance, if there's a file that needs you to review or to comment on, we can bring that front and center. And with one click, you can get into that experience. The second part of the priority page helps users stay organized. So we found through our own research that your typical knowledge worker may have 2 to 5 work streams or projects they're working on at any given time. And these projects have a number of files associated with them. With the workspace feature, a user can organize all their different work streams and projects into files. We use artificial intelligence to suggest combinations of files that may be related to make it really easy for a user to structure these things. But when a user comes into Drive, they can immediately find the things that they need to be working on. We're also bringing the power of Google Search into the enterprise through Cloud Search. You heard about Cloud Search at the keynote this morning. It's now available as a standalone tool, but it allows you to index third-party data sources such as SAP or Salesforce to bring the power of Google Search to every user in your organization. Google Sheets is one of our most popular products in the enterprise. Spreadsheets are incredibly popular, and they're a critical tool for using and making business decisions. So in Google Sheets, we have a powerful feature called the Explore feature, which allows a user who doesn't know anything about formulas or doesn't have to know anything about how to construct macros or pivot tables, can ask simple questions of the data, natural language questions, which we'll interpret. So an example here is you may ask, what's the average revenue per region? And the Explore feature will identify the formula to construct that data. It'll show you the answer, and it'll help you with charts and pivot tables, constructing those automatically. This is an enormously powerful feature because most users in an enterprise don't know how to use formulas, but spreadsheets are incredibly popular. The other big innovation you heard about this morning in the keynote was our Connected Sheets product. So this is the ability to connect our BigQuery platform with Sheets. And this will allow us to support very, very big, massive data sets in Google Sheets, up to 10 billion rows of data. With just a few clicks, you can connect to BigQuery, pull in the data, and then your users, business users, can use Sheets, a very familiar format, to access the data, to analyze the data, and to get insights. They don't need to be a data scientist. They don't need to know how to use SQL. They just need to know how to use a spreadsheet. So again, a really powerful feature. When you look at the competitive landscape, other spreadsheet solutions offer maybe 1 million rows of data. So the ability to support up to 10 billion rows of data is a total game changer. This is several orders of magnitude bigger than what other spreadsheets offer. AirAsia has been one of our early customers testing Sheets and has really been pleased with the results so far. The third pillar of G Suite is making it together. A collaborative culture is at the heart of an innovative enterprise. G Suite has a full set of communication tools for the users, all integrated into G Suite. Meet is our video conferencing product. Hangout Chat is our team-based chat solution. Voice is our newest offering, which we announced the general availability of today, which is our cloud telephony solution. And we also have a meeting room hardware, which allows an organization to outfit their meeting rooms in an economical format. And then Jamboard, which is our digital whiteboard, which allows teams to work remotely on one shared canvas for creative activities like brainstorming. This is a really powerful set of communication solutions. Meet has been a big focus area for us. We've listened very hard to our customers over the last year, and we've launched a number of new capabilities for Meet. Everything from expanded international dial-in support to increasing the number of meeting participants. Today we support 100. By the end of this year, we'll be at 250 meeting participants. We now have public live streaming for up to 100,000 employees or external parties. And we've seen a number of customers have used this feature to run company town hall meetings or company all hands. We'll now let you invite external participants into that meeting. And finally, third-party interoperability has been a big focus for us. So through a partnership with a company called Pexip, we now allow you to use your existing meeting room hardware, say from Cisco, to run a Hangouts Meet meeting. Google Voice as a cloud telephony solution is our latest offering. It's been a big, highly demanded feature and product from our customer base. And we've really tried to think through how we can differentiate ourselves in this space. So the first area is allowing our users to use voice in a tightly integrated manner with the rest of G Suite. We've also looked at using artificial intelligence to greatly improve the voice experience. So really powerful voicemail transcription technology. We also use AI to block unwanted spam calls. So we're looking at ways to use AI to differentiate the voice experience. And finally, like other G Suite services, we bring simplicity of deployment and management into voice. So through our admin console, you can easily provision voice and phone numbers to your employees. You can port existing phone numbers into voice. And so we want to make this as simple as possible for an organization to maintain. Our team-based chat product, Hangouts Chat, we relaunched last year. And as you heard in the keynote this morning, one of the primary things we've been focusing on is how do we create a really deep integrated communications experience. We've heard from customers that they don't like having separate chat solutions disconnected from email with systems that don't talk to each other, where communications are happening in multiple places. It makes it very difficult for users and teams to stay on the same page. So we've tried to rethink this experience, and we're opening the beta up now for a deep integration of Hangouts Chat into Gmail. So as a user, you can manage all your communications seamlessly from one place without having to constantly context switch or switch between browser tabs. And we're really trying to minimize the noise that comes with communications, both email and chat, to make sure users have notifications that really help them focus their attention on the conversations that matter. In addition, on Hangouts Chat, another really top requested feature is the ability to work with people outside your organization and guest access. So we're going to bring that beta to market by the end of this quarter. We have other tools in G Suite, namely one called Google+, that help connect very large organizations to help organizations share ideas, share knowledge, and engage in meaningful discussions. Google+ was originally designed as a consumer social network, but saw a lot of success in the enterprise and has resonated with a lot of our customers as a way to engage their frontline workers, as a way to connect disparate locations, and as a way to share ideas. So last week, we shut down the consumer version of G+. We're moving 100% of our resources to focus on the enterprise version. And we've decided to take the opportunity to rename the product. And so we have a new name for Google+ in the enterprise. And I'm pleased to reveal it as Currents with a new logo. But going forward, we'll refer to this enterprise product as Currents. And we have a pretty exciting roadmap here of enterprise capabilities that we'll be bringing to the solution later this year. These include things like a much richer posting flow, which will allow you to tag new posts with topics through hashtags. It will also allow you as a user to follow the topics and the people that you care about, so you can make sure your stream is full of relevant information. Currents has very rich analytics for the poster, and you can see that in one of the screenshots here, where when you post something, you'll see how it's engaging and trending across your organization to give posters feedback on what's working. And then there's a pretty powerful set of admin controls here to let admins manage their Currents deployment. So we're really excited about Currents in the enterprise, and again, completely committed to enterprise tool. We think that Currents, as we've seen, has really connected large organizations and has done that quite well. The final product capability I want to talk to also helps organizations work together, and that's the ability to natively edit Office content within our Google editors. So whether you're working with an external organization that may be still using Microsoft Word or Excel, or there may be pockets within your existing organization that are still using these tools, we want to make it easy for G Suite users to communicate with them. We're really committed to coexistence with Office and making sure that works well for our customers. So with what we're launching today, Office Editing, you'll be able to open a Microsoft Word document in Google Docs, edit it in Google Docs, save it, it'll save it back to the native Word format without ever leaving Google Docs. So we think this will be really powerful and really useful and will save users a lot of time. They won't have to think about what file format they're using or what editor they need to use. They can just use Google and it will work. So one last customer example here is Salesforce. Salesforce, their communications teams use G Suite quite extensively, these editor products, to work collaboratively, both internally and externally, on presentations. They do a number of global events, and G Suite's a key enabler to make that happen. So we're now going to turn it over to one of my colleagues to talk about an area we care a lot about, which is security and trust. And so I'd like to invite Suzanne Fry on stage to talk about security in G Suite. Suzanne?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I like to take every opportunity I have at a conference like this first to say thank you. Thank you to all of our customers who work with us and use technology every single day to help the world work better together. And to those of you who are prospects, thank you for taking the time out to come learn about what we're doing, because we really are all here for that common purpose. We wake up galvanized every single morning with that opportunity to help the world work better together. But security is at the heart of making that happen. If we don't feel secure to begin with, it won't happen. Your business data is existential to your success. And it's super important that that remains protected at all times. DDoS attacks, ransomware, phishing, you name it, well, they're just as prevalent on premise as they are in the cloud. So why would you move to the cloud? Well, fundamentally, it's about information at scale and scale of infrastructure. I often say that security comes in many forms. DDoS attacks, for example, mean not only do you have the signals and the intelligence to prevent against it, but you must have the network capacity as well. Phishing attacks, ransomware, the like, it's all informed by the scale of intelligence signals. One thing that differentiates G Suite from the competition is that we have over 1.5 billion consumers using our application, and we're able to bring the intelligence of threats in that space to protect your enterprise as well. We stop over 10 million spam emails every single minute. We inform over 4,000 webmasters of problems with their sites every single day. And we have an absolutely epic library of threats amassed from billions of endpoints every single day. Now, we were born in the cloud, right? And we have tremendous advantages because of that. We've always thought about how do we fix once and fix for the world, do it in one place, and secure instantly. And when you're opening a drive file, for example, let's say you're doing that with Chrome and you're doing it on the secure Chromebook. Or's talked about that this morning. The Chromebook, secured with the two-factor security key, for which we have 0 reported hijackings for anyone using those security keys. Well, once you're on our network, right, everything is encrypted by default in transit and at rest. And you're operating in our secure data centers. Now, those data centers, again, were purpose-built from day one. We build our own servers. We controlled the supply chain. We are responsible for fixing issues throughout our stack. We're not waiting for a vendor to patch something 2 quarters from now. We've implemented a number of things to help you build trust in the cloud. And we believe that there are 3 things that contribute to trust, and I'm going to double-click on 2 of them in this particular session. One is transparency, the ability to know what's happening to your information in the cloud. Now, last year we announced for Google Cloud Platform Access Transparency, and I'm very excited today to say that we have Access Transparency available for G Suite. Yes, and I'm very excited about that. This continues to differentiate us as the only cloud provider out there that provides this visibility to you. In fact, that auditability capability is so important to regulated industries. And 87% of individuals surveyed in this MIT Sloan survey indicated that their ability to audit the cloud provider was fundamental to their decision to choose that provider. This is so important for those who want to understand why a Googler or one of our vendors would have accessed your information. Well, it comes with information about the Googler, about the reason that they did it, the time, the date, all of those things. So that can help you advance your regulatory stance as well. And we also believe in simple controls with advanced capabilities. So I talked about the second factor key on the Chromebooks, the fact that we've had 0 reported hijackings with anybody using those keys. Well, we're now bringing that intelligence to the phone. And anyone running Android 7.0 or better can now have that intelligence embedded in their phone as part of a second factor on the security front. All you need is Bluetooth, Chrome OS, iOS, or Windows 10 on a device in your Chrome browser. So we're really excited about that because, again, it takes away sort of the hardware component or an extra hardware component from the equation. Secondly, we're bringing context-aware access to your devices. This allows you to bring the device and the identity and build granular controls about both of those attributes to make decisions around access. First time we're introducing that for G Suite, and we're super excited about that as well. And thirdly, at Next in July, last July, we announced data regions for the first time. That's the ability to put your information in Europe or the US, your primary data. And we're really excited to introduce the ability to bring your backups to the region as well, to give you a much more comprehensive solution to data regions. The adoption of data regions worldwide has been epic, and it's been a huge component of many of our customer decisions to go with G Suite. Now, collaboration, we talk about collaboration all the time. It's one of the fundamental messages behind G Suite. But we also need to collaborate when it comes to security. Your security operations are probably increasingly globally distributed, running 24/7, teams of expertise in different parts of the world. And the ability to sort of collaborate with other security admins or to hand off to individuals with particular expertise is increasingly important. And we announced Google Security Center a while ago now, but today, to tell you a little bit more, Chad Tyler is going to come up and show us a demo of how to collaborate in Security Center between admins.
So as Suzanne mentioned, we're introducing new ways for security admins to collaborate together. G Suite is really good at helping end users be efficient when they're working together. And you've seen tons of examples of that even in this presentation. But when you look at how security admins collaborate, it tends to be really archaic. It's a screenshot of the product shared through an email or through a chat channel, and it's really hard to maintain the context of everything that's been done. And so we're really excited to start to bring more G Suite style collaboration to security admins. And I want to walk you through a quick scenario of what that looks like. So as a security admin, I've received an alert that my users are being targeted by malicious emails. And so right from this alert in the Alert Center, what I can do is I can come down to Investigate. And when I click here, it takes me to the investigation tool. And it shows me those emails that were involved in that alert. So right from the investigation tool, what I can do is I can select those, and I can delete these messages. Take that right. And so I can delete these right from the user's inbox so that it's no longer an issue and there's no danger of them clicking on this. However, in this scenario, I am only the admin for Gmail. I need to share this investigation with my colleague who heads up investigation of any data exfiltration. So what I'm going to do is come to the top here, and I'm going to share this whole investigation with my colleague Robin, who will look into drive exfiltration. And I'll say, can you look for exfiltration? And then I'll send that. And so now what I've done is I've shared this whole investigation with Robin, my colleague. And when we switch, we could see that this is Robin's profile. She's received an email saying that she needs to check for drive exfiltration. When she clicks on Open Investigation, it will take her to the same investigation that I was working on as the other user. And she can see that I've already worked on Gmail. I have looked at these 5 emails, and I've deleted the emails. And then right from here, she can look at these same users, and she can look at what they've been doing in Drive and create a new query down here, and then search on that. And so when she gets the results, she can select these and simply go and change any file permissions that might have changed. So she can go from seeing the emails that were received to actually changing the file permissions in just a few clicks. And so now we know that those users are no longer in danger and our data has not been exfiltrated. And so that's just a simple scenario of admins that have different roles working together to better understand what's happening in between each admin and fixing the issue. And with that, I'll pass the stage back to Suzanne so she can continue talking about G Suite security.
Thank you, Chad. Well, Security Center has been fundamental to improving trust in the cloud, but I want to up-level it just one bit here and reiterate some of the things that Thomas talked about in the keynote today as well. And these are our commitments to you and how we handle your information. Number one, I want to make it perfectly clear that you own your data. We do not. We do not use customer data for advertising. We do not sell customer data to third parties. We are here to protect your information. We never give governments backdoor access to your information. And we are audited routinely against standard international privacy practices in this space and compliant with all the important compliance regimes around the world, including GDPR. So now that you've heard about the security side, I want to go back to sort of the topic of helping the world work better together and why you should go Google. We've always invested in making our applications simple to use. This started as early as the Google search bar. It was to be intuitive. It didn't require a ton of training. You just start to use it. And we've done the same with G Suite. And in fact, not only is it intuitive, but it's intuitive to collaborate. And a recent study found that over 76% of the time spent in G Suite is spent collaborating with others. In this world where inclusion and getting many voices at the table to make a wise, globally informed, and diverse choice is so important, the time to collaborate is now. And there's no better solution than G Suite to do that in. Now, migration. Another concern for many customers are coming from diverse systems on site. How do we make migration work smoothly? Well, through partners, through acquisitions, and through increased investments in technology, we've been able to make migration seamless for a number of highly complex customers. And you'll see two quotes here from large, complex customers who couldn't afford downtime, who couldn't afford problems with the migration. Over 35 terabytes of data, 340 million email messages, all migrated with no disruption to work. One weekend, a go live of 23,000 users at Colgate. That's super critical for any business looking to make that transformation, because you do want minimal disruption, and we understand that. And we bring a lot of resources to bear to make sure that that go live goes smoothly for you. Now, we commissioned a report with Forrester to really look at the total economic impact of using G Suite. And if you saw the keynote today, Amy Loki talked about this. In fact, there are very tangible results to going Google and going with G Suite. On average, customers see a 1.5% increase in revenue. 171 hours saved per user per year. That's roughly 1 month, 1 working month of an individual's time. Right? Data breaches reduced by over 95%. And I want to be clear, a data breach can be caused by an employee accident, and in fact, it's the most common form today of data breaches, are actually just training or not using the technology properly. And we've invested a great deal there to make, again, security simple, seamless, and intuitive. But I could tell you all these things. I always think it's more compelling to have a customer tell you these things or share their experience honestly with you. So with that, I'd like to invite to the stage Jürgen Schauer-Lawson to tell us more.
Thank you, Suzanne. Good morning, y'all. I'm really excited to be here today and share our experience in Fossil, how we use the G Suite to transform the culture and the way that we perform. First of all, I'd like to introduce the company a little bit. So we're probably one of the largest fashion watch manufacturers in the world. We produce and sell 33 million watches a year. We're in 33,000 distribution points around the world. More than 500 of these are our own stores. We have Fossil stores and WatchStation. And we're about 11,000 people. That's spread all over more than 150 locations around the world. So we're out there, and we need to talk to each other. I'll come back to that. So how did the whole thing started for us? Precisely 5 years ago, we were at a crossroad. We can either renew our enterprise agreement with the current solutions, or we can start looking for another option. In this case, we also looked at our strategy to say, okay, we might in IT need to focus a little bit more on our core capabilities. And we actually figured out that what G Suite offers is more a foundational thing. So we were going for everybody employed in Fossil have the same kit, right? So we knew that everybody has the same capabilities available, regardless where they were in the company. Another thing that also was very important to us is that we had we still have, I think, a very young workforce that were asking for new capabilities. So we set out to investigate how much are we actually using of the current investment that we actually were paying for. And it turned out 3% or less was actually utilized. So we kind of come to the conclusion where we probably need to think about this a little bit differently. And That's why we choose G Suite. So the implementation, we did it in less than 100 days from start to finish, literally. We started out connecting some of the pipes to the G Suite stack, and then we implemented G Suite in our IT organization, kind of like to eat their own dog food, so to speak. And then we moved on there to a bigger super user community, what we call Google Guides. The Google Guides was kind of enthusiasts, people who signed up across the organization. We didn't distinguish between which kind of function they were coming from, so it wasn't retail or manufacturing, it was all over the place. The Google Guides plays a very important role in this rollout because they're kind of our ambassadors, so to speak, for this transition. Technically and culturally, they're training their colleagues in this, which is very important. And then we went live over 2 weekends. We could probably done it faster, but we were a little bit cautious, a little bit conservative, coming from the old background. But we did it, and from there on, we just let it loose. As I said, it was the basic kit for everybody. So we just organically grew from there, and we are still growing in terms of utilization. So we were way above the 3%. Fossil is a brand company. As you saw on the logo slide, we have a lot of brands. So we branded this very hard because it is a change management effort, basically. It is really not a technical implementation, it's actually a change management effort. We branded it very well. We had our own marketing campaign. As I mentioned, the Google Guides, we beefed them up with all kinds of things, flyers. We even made 2 music videos. One of them was actually, we copied Frozen. And the other one was Fresh Prince. And we have digital signage in each office. And we kind of had them play, and then they kind of reminded everybody that this is going on. And it had a huge success. So how do we use it, and how do we grow into this? Being in all these locations, being in different cultures, being in different time zones, it's hard to get face time with your colleagues. You can't travel around the world and do this. But implementing the collaboration piece of G Suite helped us a lot to get face time with colleagues around the world. You normally would only have an email, wait 24 hours, and you get a response back. Now you can be more interactive. You can share sheets, docs, slides, forms with your colleagues, and you can have that iterative experience, and then you can actually add to it. Also, when we start moving into our retail space, we use the collaboration tools a lot to share tips and tricks and information. So, in the stores, when we implemented this, we kind of had a reduced functionality in the stores because we thought, okay, the stores, they're there to sell watches, so we just replaced the current capability in the stores. But very quickly, the store employees got wind of, well, there's more to this than just what we had. So not long ago, we actually decided to have the same functionality available for everybody in the stores, as well as the all corporate offices, warehouses, and all over the company. So, and that actually helped us a lot when we, 2 years ago, launched our wearables, which is the Google Wear OS products, and where stores could start interacting between, tips and tricks, what will local providers do when they pair the phones, and all these kind of things. And another very strong thing, they had a direct pipe back to our customer service, so there was kind of more complete customer experience around that. And that was actually done via this, and it was organically, so it was different from store to store. And then another thing is that when the head of retail want to communicate and talk to the regional managers and district managers, they get on a hangout together, so they can be in the store, they can be in a corporate office, and they can be at home, or they can be at grandma's. Doesn't really matter. Everybody can be on that call, and we can reach people pretty fast. Security. The thing that actually drove us a little bit from a security point of view, in the beginning was more e-discovery, so we can actually contain information and we can query. It took too long to investigate certain informations between our legal and our IT guys, and you always have to have the right IT guy available to query the information, and it took weeks. With e-discovery, that is pretty trivial today, and it's kind of like, you Google it, you got it. Another important thing is that we also beefed up on kind of training our end users on phishing and malware, on these kind of things. And a little funny story to that is that when we do our phishing campaigns internally, so when we train our users, we have to make sure we turn off the Google component because it actually captures our internal phishing campaign. So yeah, that's really strong, and I feel that everybody in Fossil feels very secure, and they kind of feel safe around sharing their information across the network. So, getting G Suite implemented, of course, it has some effect to the current setup. Before we had an on-prem solution, we freed up a lot of infrastructure. 47 servers has to be shut down. Our workforce in IT at the time was approximately 15 people, dealing in email, calendar, and contacts only. We were able to reduce this into 3 people. And I have to say, today it's not 3 full-time people, just because we're in 3 regions. Actually, it's probably less than 1 full-time equivalent. We just spend time on this platform in IT. And all that come together, all the simplicity. We don't think about that everybody's patched. We don't think about that everybody's up to the latest version. We don't think about when I call a colleague that I don't know, oh, does this person have what I have so we can communicate? It's always the same. And Google takes care of that in the back end, which is a huge advantage for IT. Think about service desk and these kind of functions that they can rely on, that this user have a certain capability available. So, what's next? G Suite kind of paved the way for what we're doing right now with analytics. Our workforce are very used to work in the cloud. They're used to the freedom. They're used to kind of just logging onto a browser, having a browser interface. So what we're doing right now, we're implementing Google Cloud, and we're forcing very much more self-service in that end. So G Suite actually helped us get to this point and made our users empowered and more used to this kind of interface. So, time to go. Thank you very much. David?
Thank you, Jürgen, for sharing that. It was great to hear about the gains in employee productivity at Fossil and the reduction in cost and support costs. And I would love to see the music videos at some point. Not sure if you appeared in any of them. So as far as next steps, we've been on a whirlwind tour of G Suite. Wanted to wrap up and just summarize the product launches and announcements we talked about today. There were about a dozen different things. And again, G Suite's about helping your organization move fast, make smart, better business decisions, and make it together, right? So be able to collaborate across large organizations that may be distributed geographically. And I would encourage you all to try these new features, the ones that are in GA, or sign up for the betas for those that are in beta today. Looking forward at the rest of the conference, we have a number of additional sessions later today and tomorrow that cover in more detail what you heard about today. If you're not on G Suite today and you're thinking about making the transition, but maybe it's a little too much right now, I'd encourage you to look at other ways to start to integrate G Suite into your companies. Google Drive, we now have a standalone Drive plus our editors package. Drive Enterprise is what it's called, that you can start to adopt G Suite without changing your calendar or your email system. We also have Google Cloud Search, which again brings the power of Google Search into your organization, and you can connect your existing internal data and third-party systems into that to provide search within your companies without adopting G Suite. In terms of product sessions, we have my product leads taking you through in much more detail each of these different product areas. And finally, if you'd like to hear more about customer examples or more from additional G Suite customers on their experiences transitioning to G Suite, we have 3 other sessions that you'll find later today in terms of the customer sessions. So that concludes our session today. Thank you all very much for attending, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
need your company. You're in the air I breathe, pumping the blood I bleed. I need you to be me. 'Cause you showed me love when I wanted none. You changed me, I don't know how. So why are you running from all we've done? We're this far, you can't leave now. I don't need anything, I don't need anything, I don't need anything but you. I don't need anything, I don't need anything, I don't need anything but you. I don't need nothing else, don't need nobody else, don't want nobody but you. I don't need anything, I don't need anything, I don't need anything but you. I'm all alone when I'm with anyone else but you. I said I'm doing fine, but dear,
All right.
unless you're
Welcome, everyone, to our Sheets session. 30 tips and tricks, thank you, 30 tips and tricks to help you uncover data insights. I'm Dan Gundrum, a product manager on Sheets.
I'm Andy Rudd, also a product manager on Sheets.
All right, and with that, let's kick into it. Let's help you analyze your data. I've seen the slides. Yeah, awesome, perfect. This is the session. So as you're analyzing some of the data, maybe you're feeling a little overwhelmed, right? There's literally mountains of data out there that's generated every day, petabytes and petabytes of it. And you need the right tools. There's a lot of information to get through. You need the right tools to find those insights. But don't be overwhelmed. That's what we're here for you today to help you with, and that's what Sheets can help too. So we want you to be feeling like this at the end of the talk, right? Jumping up for joy. You have the tools that you need in order to get those insights out of your data. So how are we going to do this? A few different ways. First, we're going to show you a bunch of time-saving tips to help you analyze your data, things that you just need to know about Sheets. Secondly, we are going to tell you about some of the new things that we launched within the last year. These are really cool things that we hope you'll enjoy. And third, and one of my personal favorites, we're going to be talking about our upcoming roadmap a bit, sneak peek things that we haven't discussed before today. So you'll get a sneak peek into that. All right, so we wanted to also frame and structure this talk around a workflow in terms of doing analytics. It's a series of steps to help you prepare and analyze your data. So one of the first steps to do that is to collect the information. It comes in a variety of different sources and ways, so you want to bring it into Sheets in order to start analyzing it. After that, you need to prepare it. You need to get it in the right format, clean it up a little bit. Because then you're going to be doing some analysis on it, writing those formulas, doing the pivot tables, filtering, sorting, that kind of thing. And then you need to make it understandable. You need to help people get some insight out of that data, so you want to visualize it and get it in a format that everyone understands. So that's kind of the analytical structure, and then all of this is built on, and this is where G Suite really shines, is collaboration in the cloud. So we're going to run through those 5 sections in this talk, and that's kind of how we're going to structure the talk today. So with that, let's jump into collecting data. One of the best ways to actually collect data is by asking people. You can actually ask people using Google Forms. It's a great tool that integrates directly with Sheets so that you're able to ask questions, get data in a structured format, and immediately comes into a spreadsheet so you can start analyzing and understanding the data. We also know that data comes in a variety of different formats. For example, images and cells. So this is one of the new features I was talking about. We actually just launched this a couple of weeks ago, brand new feature. It allows you to put images directly inside of cells. So as you filter and sort content, the images stay associated with it. It's great for a bunch of different use cases like the ones listed on the screen. We also know that businesses and enterprise uses a bunch of different applications to store your data. For example, you might be using SAP to store your data. So we're proudly worked with SAP to provide an export to Sheets option. So if you're using SAP, just a couple of clicks from SAP to get your data inside of Sheets to start collaborating and analyzing it. If you're interested in learning more about that integration, there's a link on the screen that you can check out. It tells you the details on the SAP partnership. If you are managing customer relationships as well, maybe you're using Salesforce. So we've also partnered with Salesforce to provide an add-on that allows you to pull data from Salesforce, bring it into Sheets. You can then, again, collaborate, analyze the data, and then actually put the data back into Salesforce as well. And this is available already today. It's in an add-on, so you can go to Add-ons menu in Sheets, search for this, download it. It was released about a year ago, but this is one of the things we've been updating. We've been making some updates to it based on requests that many of you have given us. You can now refresh the data on various intervals. You can either manually trigger a refresh, or you can even set timers to refresh the data at a scheduled time. Many of you are probably also using GCP, so we have you covered there as well. Last year, we previewed this feature, which was a data connector for BigQuery, and earlier this year, we launched it live to everyone. And what this allows you to do is write some SQL in Sheets, pull data from BigQuery directly into spreadsheets, and then start analyzing it and understanding it. And you never have to leave the comfort of your spreadsheet in order to do this. So I mentioned a few sneak peek features. One of the things in our upcoming roadmap. So I'm pleased to talk about today as well, on-premise data connectors. So we are taking what you had with BigQuery, but opening it up to data that sits at your company as well, on-premise. So this is currently in very early alpha stages, so I have an invitation for all of you as well. If you would like to join our alpha program, there is a link on the screen there. We're actively supporting the databases that are listed on the screen, and of course, with your feedback, we will make it better and add more. So without even talking about it, I'll actually show you a demo. It's actually better to see this live in action, so why don't we actually switch over to the other computer, and you'll see what I'm talking about with on-premise data connectors. So to access data connectors, you go to the data menu. There's a data connectors option. And on-premise is under this Managed Data Sources option. We have Oracle already set up, so let's choose that. And then you are presented with some, a SQL editor. We'll just paste some stuff in. I've written this before. If you're familiar with SQL, it's a pretty basic query. You're pulling in some first name, last name, and some order information. You're able to preview the results to make sure everything looks good. This is good. And then you can insert those results. And again, this is now from my on-premise Oracle database running at Google somewhere. And now I have pulled it into Sheets and can start analyzing and collaborating with it on the cloud. So yes, I had to be familiar with SQL in order to do this. But what if you're not super familiar with SQL as well? What if you wanted to enable people at your company to use this who aren't as familiar? So I have another tab here where I started setting up a configuration sheet. It's a very simple, just a drop down with a list of first names of people at my company. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and modify this SQL query. So I can go and edit the query here. What we're going to do is we're going to add a parameter to this. So we're just going to add something to the first name. So we're going to add this parameter. It's basically like a variable that can point to a cell. So I'm going to go back to that configuration and say that this cell controls that part of the query. I'm going to add that in there. So that's the new SQL query. I'll update the results. And as you see, now I'm only seeing the net's information. So now if you share this, and let's say someone else comes in. Let's say Christopher comes in. Christopher doesn't actually even need to know any SQL. He can just come in and go back to this data sheet, press refresh, and then he sees his information. So it's linked to that data, and Christopher didn't actually have to modify the SQL or do anything. He's just able to choose from a drop-down, press refresh, and it's just like that. Again, this is all running from on-premise data with this. All right, so that is on-premise data connectors. We can switch back to the slides as well now. So if you are interested in that, and we'll have links again if you didn't get a screenshot of it or a picture towards the end of the talk. To wrap up this section on connecting data, I also wanted to talk about what you might have seen earlier in the keynote, which is the connected sheet. So what the connected sheet is it's kind of taking what you actually just saw and taking it to the next level. Remember I had to write SQL in order to get that information in? With the connected sheet, no more SQL. You can just point to your data set and you bring in, and you're able to connect to the data. And as you saw, I was actually had to bring in the data when I was doing the other data connectors. With the connected sheet, you're not actually bringing in the data, we're linking to the data. So literally, we have eliminated Sheets size limitations. You can now analyze billions of rows of data inside of Sheets. So we are, cool, some excitement. We are entering a beta program in a few months. If you are interested in this, you have data in BigQuery that you'd love your company to start analyzing inside of Sheets, really just bringing it to the rest of the people at your company. There's a URL there that you can learn more about and sign up. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Andy, who will talk about the next step in the process.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. So Dan has talked us through a lot of exciting ways that we can bring data into Sheets. But we know that depending on how that connection was created, where that data came from, it's not always exactly ready for the next step, right? So we want to focus here on how do you get data prepared, formatted, cleaned up, standardized so that you can move on to analysis. So the first important feature is text to columns. We know that there are certain file formats that you might bring into Sheets that have different delimiters in them, and they don't always snap exactly in the way you would want them to into columns. We have a couple ways we handle this for you. The first is through a text to column feature in the data menu. You can also achieve a similar outcome with the split function. So pass through data, indicate what your delimiter is, and then have it broken out into columns. And then we also have a nice little import dialog that happens when you bring file formats into Sheets. Here we see a fixed width formatted file being brought into Sheets, the separator being indicated, and then we have some usable data on the right for us. We're excited to talk about 2 data prep features that we're really excited to bring into Sheets. The first is trim whitespace. So there's some funny stuff that always happens with formatting, right? Sometimes you have leading or trailing white spaces on your data. It mucks up your standardization. With this feature, we allow you to grab a range of data, simply trim the white space on it, and then you should be good to go. Another one that we hope you guys are as excited about as we are is the ability to remove duplicates. So we know that people have been asking for this one in particular for a very long time. And we're excited now to allow you to, as you would expect, select a range of data, indicate some removal criteria, and then execute the removal to only see unique results. Awesome. Woo! Great. So once you've brought some structure to your data, we know that we need to help you organize it a little bit better. Grouping rows and columns is a really magical way to do this for yourself. So let's say here we have a beautiful looking spreadsheet, right? We might want to group like things together so that when it's appropriate, we can organize, expand, and collapse subsections of our data. We think this makes, particularly when you're working with a lot of data, it a little bit easier to navigate through a spreadsheet. Checkboxes and cells are something that we love. A really magical way, a really magical way to represent binary values in a more interactive fashion, right? So let's say you have a column that represents true or false values, maybe yes or no. Here we see whether a task has been complete or not. We can represent those with a checkbox and then have any user interactively toggle that to change the value of the underlying data. And magically, checkboxes can be passed to many of the spreadsheet capabilities that you would hope that they would be able to. So these work with functions, with conditional formatting, and with filters as well. And while we're talking about formatting, we want to mention everyone's favorite, macros. So macros, we think, are an incredible time saver, right? And particularly when you need to automate repetitive work. Often we see folks have spreadsheets with many, many sheets in them, each of which have a similar data structure. Rather than painfully going through and formatting each one in the same way, you can record those formatting actions once with a macro and then play that back on different sheets within your spreadsheet. This not only saves you time, it also prevents manual errors you might have made in replicating that process on different sheets. So let's see some of these prep items in action. We're going to jump to a scenario here. It looks like I'm in my inbox. I see a message from Dan. He knows I'm the cleanup guy, so I kind of think I know what this task is going to be, right? It looks like he's gotten some export of opportunities from another one of our colleagues. He wants me to throw them into Sheets and then clean them up. It also looks like there's another export that will be coming to us in a little bit. So we'll wait with bated breath to see what that looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and add this first drop into my drive. And I'll jump over to a sheet I prepared to represent these opportunities. So let's bring in that file. I'm going to import. I see that opportunities tab separated file in my drive, so I'll select it. So here, we just want to replace the current sheet of our spreadsheet. We can indicate the separator type if we want to, but let's see what Sheets does for us out of the gate. Okay, so I've got some data in. Immediately, I'm seeing some things that aren't as usable as I would want them to be. Notably, this column B says opportunity name, and it's showing me a company and then some number of widgets that are up for grab with that opportunity. So I'd really like to represent those values separately, so let's split them out into two columns. First here, I'm going to use the split function to do that. So I'll point to that data. I'll indicate what the delimiter is. I'll hit return, and then awesome. So I see those broken out. I'll go ahead and apply that down. And now I have a standalone opportunity and then a number of widgets that are up for grabs. I'm going to go ahead and copy those results and paste them over themselves as values. So that just gets rid of the underlying formula for us. So we know, we think there's something goofy happening here, right? So we know because we split on that hyphen, we see there's a space before and a space immediately after. That's some white space we're going to want to get rid of. So with that data selected, I'm going to go into the data menu and use that trim white space feature we talked about. Okay, great. So we had two columns here. It looks like it's evaluated 30 rows and removed white space from every single cell in that selection. So now we're getting much closer. This feels almost like we're in good shape to use what we've got here. But because I have this header called widgets, I don't really need that label on every single cell, right? So I'm going to select those values, and this time I'm going to use the split text to columns option within the data menu. I'll indicate that our separator here should be a space, and boom, I'm good to go. I'm going to go ahead and delete that widgets column since we no longer need it. All right. We're getting closer. I know sometimes in the past when I've gotten these exports from Dan, there are duplicates in them. We don't want duplicates here. We want to look at only unique sales opportunities that we have. So let's show off that remove duplicates feature we talked about. Again, I'm entering the data menu. I'm going to remove duplicates. I'll leave all of these columns selected. I really want to find exact matches, right? So let's execute that removal. Looks like we found one row, and now we are confident that we have 30 unique rows that we're working with. Great. So let's imagine here that I've talked to Dan offline. He's made sure that the next time he does that export, we won't have that weird column splitting issue that we had to do for ourselves this time. Thank you, Dan. Awesome. And there won't be duplicates next time either. Great. So now that we have confidence that our next data dump will look just like this, let's go ahead and do some formatting here, and we'll record a macro so we can speed up the process the next time we do this. So I'm going to go into Tools, and I'll record macro. And watch as I'm doing these actions, you can actually see what I'm doing show up in that recording box that's popped up here. So I like to bold my headers. I like to freeze the first row so that when I scroll, those headers remain at the top with me. With that done, I like to apply some conditional formatting. So let's do, or alternating colors rather. So let's do some alternate color banding on these rows. I picked yellow there. That looks beautiful. Off to a good start. With that done, I can remove the grid lines. Okay, so this is looking nice and readable. I love it. Let's move to the data itself. So we no longer needed this column B, right? It's like too much data for us. So let's go ahead and hide that. I see this revenue number in column E. I think that probably wants to be represented as a currency. So I'm going to change that over and decrease the precision. I see a column we have here called close date. I think that probably wants to be a date. Let's see what happens when we change the number formatting. All right, that looks really nice. And then lastly, I see a column here called probability that looks like it probably wants to be a percentage. So I'm going to change that number formatting, decrease the precision again. We've got nice big whole numbers we're working with, and I think we're looking pretty good. So I'm going to save that. Let's just call this macro prepped data so we know we can use it when data is prepped. We could add a shortcut. I'm not going to for now. And we're good to go. So let's jump back over to our inbox and see if Dan has come through with that second batch of opportunities. Of course he has. He's so reliable. Incredible. This time, let's download it just to show you a little bit different flow. So I've downloaded that drop from Dan. Thank you very much. No more duplicates. Dan's the best.
Thank you.
So we'll import here again. This time I'm going to upload and just drag that download into this section. Great. So this time around, I want to insert a new sheet. Get rid of that, and we'll import the data. OK, so I think this looks pretty nice. It looks like Dan did work out that column splitting issue that we talked about. So I think the only step remaining here is to run that macro back against this sheet and see where that gets us. So I just clicked run macro, and I can see all those actions that I performed play back immediately for us. And now we've got an Opportunities 2 tab that we got from Dan, Opportunities 1 tab, and they look the same. We're ready to move on to the heart of finding insights.
Woo!
Very cool. OK, so our data is beautiful. It's standardized, it's consistent, it's formatted in a way that everyone makes them happy and smile when they look at it, right? So let's move on to analysis, actually finding meaningful insights from the data that we've brought in. Of course, when you start to do analysis, one of the first things you might do is some calculations. Sheets has over 400 functions. Everything from the rites of passage like VLOOKUP, index and match that you're used to, and then some unique functions as well. Whether it is doing some mathematical calculations, we have an average weighted formula that does exactly what it sounds like, a sort in formula that allows you to turn some top number of results from your data set. Whether those formulas are showing some results for you visually in a cell, so a sparkline function that we provide is a really nice, quick way to visualize a value within a cell, or whether it's leveraging Google's unique strengths, right? So the Google Translate function is a really magical way to translate text from one language to another, or pull data quickly from some other external source, which is what we do with the Google Finance function. And when we feel confident about what you're trying to do, we will suggest formulas for you. So we know sometimes that remembering specific names is hard, or knowing exactly the range of data that you want to pass into that function can be tricky. And so when we have high confidence, we'll recommend those actions for you. We found that with this acceleration, these suggestions can make formula entry up to 5 times faster than they would be otherwise. And if you are a real sucker for time savings, sometimes we'll guess for you before you've typed in anything. So what we see happening here, the user's entered a cell, they've hit the equals sign, and we're already kind of guessing what they might want to do. So here, I'm below a range of data. I might want to find the average or the sum. That's a really magical way that we speed up your analysis. I want to shift focus here to talk about some of the different filtering mechanisms that we provide in Sheets. We have a couple different ways of doing this, and they're really powerful under different circumstances. So the first is with basic filters. We think these are really powerful when you are working collaboratively with a peer in a spreadsheet at the same time. When you apply a basic filter, that applies to every viewer of the spreadsheet. When you filter, when you sort, that view persists and will be what any future visitor to the spreadsheet sees when they enter. Really great if there's some splice that everyone at your company cares about, or everyone that's going to enter that spreadsheet cares about, and you can kind of persist that view for them. Let's imagine, however, you're working in parallel with someone. Maybe you and your analyst colleague have different sort of insights you're trying to uncover at the same time, and you don't want to disrupt each other. Filter views are our mechanism for allowing this sort of parallelized collaboration. So with a filter view, you have this kind of stealth mode, right? And you can have the confidence that when you're applying filters and sorts, it's only affecting you as the viewer. You can also save these filter views. So maybe there are different splices of your data that will be powerful in the future. You can name them to represent why that's a meaningful filter. And you can share them. So filter views have unique URLs that can be shared with your colleagues. A really quick way to just show them one particularly interesting slice that you might have done. And we are excited to give you a sneak peek of a new filtering paradigm. So slicers are a new filter type that we're bringing into Sheets that are really powerful, we think, for bringing a new level of interactivity. These are great when maybe you've made a report or a dashboard and you want to give your colleagues some kind of remote control access to the analysis that they might want to do for themselves, right? So again, slicers only affect you as the viewer. Another colleague could come into that spreadsheet and work with the slicer independently. And they modify the underlying data for objects in sheets. So here we see someone using a slicer on charts and pivot tables maybe, and getting particular views of that data. We'll show you this in action in a couple minutes. So that was a lot. Let's recap that. 3 different kind of filtering paradigms, right? Filters are really powerful working collaboratively when you want all viewers to see filters that have been applied. Filter views are great when you don't want to disrupt what others are up to in your sheet. They're also, I didn't mention this before, really powerful when you only have view access. So you're not an editor of a sheet, but you've got some questions about it anyways. You can use a filter view with view-only access. And then slicers, which we gave you a sneak peek of, are really great next level of interactivity for your reports and your dashboards. And everyone's favorite, pivot tables. So we know that pivot tables are a crucial tool for any spreadsheet analyst when you're doing some initial investigation to aggregate your underlying raw data. So these can be great when you're first attempting to zero in on some interesting trends. They can be a really powerful way also to represent your findings visually if you want to show some buckets of your underlying data. And they've come a really long way in Sheets. We're proud of some of the interactive mechanisms that we give you around drilling down to see the values that underlie a given bucket, some calculations that you can do in the pivot table builder itself. So we've done some incredible analysis. Let's start to bring these things to life with visualizations.
Thank you, Andy. So we have taken you through 3 steps of the journey so far. We've brought the data in, Andy showed you how to prepare it, and we've analyzed a bunch of it. So now we need to help people understand this data. We've done a lot of great analysis. We need to bring it to life, help them find those key insights. One of the best ways you can do this is through a simple pop of color. You can use conditional formatting in Sheets with using a variety of different conditional formatting methods to really help the data shine and stand out. Where does your eye get drawn in this data set? Probably to those red cells, right? Like the things that are closer to 0. You probably should take a look at those cells, right? So conditional formatting and gradient conditional formatting in this example helps you with that. Another way to visualize data is through charts. Sheets has dozens of chart types. We have a bunch of them listed here on the screen. We've also been actively working on improving charts. One of the features that we're happy to have launched within the last year was the ability to highlight a part of the chart. So this really draws your attention to that green bar, doesn't it, right? Your eye almost goes immediately to that section. You're telling your audience, hey, look here, right? And so you're able to highlight particular points or bars in a chart. But we're not stopping there. We're also improving charts as well. One of the top things that we hear from you is you want to interact with charts in a more natural, native way. Just want to click on a point and drag it, or click and delete. So we're going to be updating charts to allow you to do that more as well. And we're introducing a new type of chart, scorecard charts. So this is a great chart type if you really want to emphasize a key point or a KPI, a key performance indicator in your data set. This chart type allows you to do that. But maybe you don't know, maybe you're not an expert user and you don't know how to create charts yourself, or maybe you're just getting started. That's where Explore in Sheets can help you as well. If you're not super familiar with it, Explore is kind of like an assistant that's by your side helping you with Sheets. You can ask it questions in English, just like you would as a coworker or anyone else. And even if you don't ask, it'll suggest you things. Here's a pivot table to add to your dashboard or report or spreadsheet. Here's a chart that looks interesting, that might be relevant for your data. So basically what this leads to as well is, like, we've done all this analysis, right? You have all of this data. You want to start interacting with it, to drill in and really understand it. You can bring all these features together through reports in Sheets. Lots of sneak peek features in our roadmap that are going to be launched within the next few months to come together to help you build really great reports like this one, showing some AirAsia flight information. Andy was talking about slicers earlier. I just mentioned scorecard charts. There's a bunch of other features that are going to be launching to really help you create these beautiful reports directly in Sheets. But without talk, let's show you it, right? Like it's best to see this live in action. So. We're jumping to the demo here. This is the same spreadsheet I was showing before with the conditional formatting. Let's say you are analyzing some inventory in one of your stores, and or a region of stores, and you want to create a report. So I have this other tab here where I started creating one. Just to save us some time, I started adding a few items. So let's actually take a look at, I was mentioning Explore can help provide some instant insights into the data. So we'll take a look at that. It's in the bottom right corner, so I can see this Explore button down here. You'll notice that there's actually no data. There's no raw data on this sheet, so when I open up Explore, it's going to be blank for a second, but what I can do is actually point it to the data or any other sheet in the spreadsheet and start seeing immediate results over it. So now I can immediately get some insights, like I can start asking questions. I see a pivot table that's suggested to me. I see a bunch of charts that I'm automatically able to start interacting with. Let's say I like this one. I think that looks interesting. It's a list of our inventory in a bunch of different regions. So let's say I wanted to insert that. I can just scroll to an open space and literally just drag and drop that in to the spreadsheet. And now I have that chart inserted into my spreadsheet. I didn't have to even know how to create it or do anything like that, right? Sheets just suggested that. Let's say I'm looking for something in particular as well. I can ask Sheets a question, just like I would almost a person. So let's say I was looking for something, let's say like the total quantity that I need to order in my stores, because quantity to order is something that I'm tracking. And I want to see that broken down by location. So how much inventory do I need to see in each location? And there you go. The result was instantly returned to me. And actually, if you see, this is a pivot table. And I actually didn't even need to know what a pivot table was in order to insert this. All I had to know was, I just want to see inventory by location and how much I need to order, right? So I don't have to be even a spreadsheet expert to now be able to interact with and use pivot tables. So let's insert this into the spreadsheet. Let's say I want this. This is actually a new part of the flow as well. You can choose where you want to put the pivot table. So that's great because I want it on this sheet. I don't want it on a new sheet. Let's choose right there. And let's insert that pivot table. So great. There we go. Now the pivot table is on my report. It's starting to look pretty good. I notice this chart is a little big, kind of hanging off the side there. So let me actually make it a little smaller. One of the things I can do is use some of the new features. See that red line that's kind of appearing off to the left side? That's a guide to tell me that it's perfectly aligned with the other chart. And when I resize this chart, look at what starts to happen. Let me just scroll up so you can see it a little bit more. See those blue lines that appear as well? That means it's perfectly sized with that other chart as well. So now I know things are looking great. You might be familiar with some of these features in slides already. We're bringing those to Sheets as well. Just really making sure that everything looks great together. Andy mentioned slicers before. Here's one example slicer that you could use. Let's actually show you how to insert another one. So this is under the data menu. Slicers, kind of in this filter section. So we can choose that slicer. And let's, again, align it, make sure it looks good. That's great. And then all you have to do is choose. So it's kind of a filter, right? So we have to choose a column of data to filter on. So we can go over here. Let's choose location as our filter option. Great. So that's it. That's the ease of setting up a slicer on your dashboard. This is starting to look really good. Before I share it with Andy, I want to make sure that this matches my company's brand. But I don't want to spend, there's so many things on here. I don't want to spend so much time doing this. I can use the new themes feature to style this really quickly. I can choose from a variety of different options. And as you see, everything updates with one click as I choose the different theme options. And I can even customize this theme. Like I said, it needs to match my company's brand. Our company color, let's say our primary color is red. You can quickly do that with one click. And the charts and even the pivot table has this little hint of red added to it. So everything's starting to look great. I can send this to Andy now, and we can start collaborating on this report. So let's say we do that. I want to see information because I'm in control of the supplies in the European region. So I can use this slicer and say, I only want to see data for Spain and Portugal, countries in Europe. So when I do that, the dashboard updates. You saw some of the bars change, this total in the scorecard chart updated. Now, what Andy was talking about earlier, let's say Andy's now working on the same spreadsheet at the same time, right, and messing with this data. Let's say he was in control of countries in Asia. So he wants to see this information. If he does that and modifies the slicers, at the same time while I'm viewing this, my view will stay the same. I'm still able to look at what I want to see in this dashboard or report, and Andy can also collaborate and use the slicers at the exact same time, and we're not impacting each other. We can still look at what we want to look at and do our own analysis. This is really powerful because we're collaborating on the same file at the same time, the same underlying data, but we can look at what we're interested in looking at without impacting each other. So that is reports, and we'll switch back to the presentation. Thank you. Thank you. So we have taken you through a lot of the steps of this workflow. We've shown you collecting information, preparing it, analyzing, visualizing it. But I did hint at one thing earlier, and you might be wondering, whatever happened to that connected sheet, right? I didn't show you a demo of that. So we've gone through all of these steps, and what we've seen is we've done, all of this data so far has been in Sheets. But what if I start analyzing and doing this stuff with linked data in BigQuery? Millions and millions, even billions, of rows of data. So I'm going to switch back to a demo now again and actually show you a lot of this with the new feature, the Connected Sheets feature. So now let's say we are analyzing grocery store information. You're trying to understand information to make some decisions about your stores. You might have noticed earlier, if you saw when I went to data connectors, there was a new option for the connected sheet here. So let's do that this time. So we're just going to choose from our project list. These are BigQuery projects and databases. We have this groceries table. Let's connect to that. And just in a couple of seconds, we're connected to BigQuery. As you remember that first flow that I showed earlier, I have the data linked here now. I didn't have to write any SQL, right? The data is now linked. And if you see up here, we're connected to 128 million rows of data in Sheets. And there's dozens of columns. This is literally over 1 billion cells of data now that we're working with in Sheets. Let's analyze it, right? And you don't even need to be a power user to start analyzing this information. Let's get a high-level sense of the data. Let's write some formulas. So let's say you want to understand, for example, how many products are sold in your different stores. Whoop. You know, that happens from time to time. It's an early alpha program, so we'll just wait for it. But that's what you could expect in the alpha. Yeah. So let's write, a count unique formula, and we will do that. And then when we start typing in, maybe looks like maybe I have to reconnect this data set. So give me 1 second to just do this, because it looks like that crash might have impacted. So I'm just going to delete this sheet here. That crash might have impacted the formulas that I'm writing. So I'll quickly do it because it's super simple to do this. Again, don't have to do any SQL. I'm just going to reconnect the data set. So I'll start writing some formulas over it. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Maybe we have another sheet open that can do it. So I'll skip that, but let's start actually doing some pivot tables. Let's insert a new sheet. Let's do some other types of analysis. Let's start inserting some pivot tables. And let's say I wanted to look at the different product names by the stores that they're in. So I can do product names by the stores, and let's say I wanted to look at this by the regions that the information is, to understand what products are popular in different types of regions. I can add values to the pivot table. So let's say I want to see the quantity that's bought. I can change this to a percentage and to view it a different way. And you see this apply button. So when I execute this and press apply, it is now basically generating the SQL required to run this against BigQuery and then return me a pivot table. So I didn't actually have to write the SQL. It's getting returned to me. So it is already done. I got the results returned to me. Again, over 100 million cell rows of data. I was mentioning before, good way to visualize the data. This is a little hard to kind of see and understand, right? Like if I want to understand it and visualize it a little bit better, I can add a pop of color. So I can add some conditional formatting over this. Let's do that. Format, conditional formatting. Let's add a gradient so that the large values stand out. Great. So now what are you starting to see? To me, I see in the, for example, southeast region, it looks like a lot of seafood products seem to be pretty interesting, right? Like smoked salmon, this lobster thing, anchovy, right? But actually in the central region, those actually seem to be less popular items. That's interesting. Maybe we want to start stocking up the items, seafood more in the southeast than in central US. And then if I scroll down, right, like apples seem to be much more popular for whatever reason in the central United States. So again, maybe we need to shift some of our supplies over to that region. Let's show you some other ways to analyze your data as well. Let's create a chart over this data set. So we can do that as well. We can put it on a new sheet, make lots of room for it. And let's say you then want to look at this data over time. Let's say you wanted to look at the sales, for example. So you can do that. Let's just type in sales, find that, and we want to see a sum of it. You can actually use this new grouping option as well to say how you want the transaction date grouped by. So let's say we have a hypothesis. We want to see the data grouped by the month. Maybe there's some seasonal effect to our sales in our grocery store. So again, we can just click apply to run this and execute against BigQuery, and we get the results returned to us. So interesting, it actually looks like there is not a seasonal effect. I see February has a little bit of a dip. Maybe that's 28 days in February, if you let it a little bit. So let's change this grouping. Maybe there's a weekly cycle. So we can change it to day of the week. Maybe try that out, execute that. And there we go. So yeah, so I'm starting to see now some different interesting trends in the data, right? It looks like we have a lot more sales on the weekends. People go shopping on the weekends. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, less sales. So now I can start making actually some business decisions off of this. For example, maybe I should offer some promotions to get people shopping on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Or maybe I need more staffing or more people in my store to support on the weekends because we have higher traffic driven on those times. So you can really start getting these business insights and data really quickly. And, it is an alpha. It is early stages right now, so you saw it. So maybe, a couple of rough edges. But if you are interested, we'd love to have you join the early stages of this and start using it and analyzing your data over BigQuery, billions of rows of it, directly inside of Sheets. So I think with that, we will hand it back to the presentation, and I'll hand it off to Andy to talk about that last section. So we did that with the Connect sheet with collaboration.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. So we've gone through this analytical workflow, right? We've brought data into Sheets, we've prepped it, we've analyzed it, we visualized it. We want to come back to some of what we think the core strengths of the G Suite and Sheets are. Are leading with collaboration, finding collaborative moments for you whenever we can, and then some of the benefits that we have of being a product that's native to the cloud. So let's dig into some of those. The first is that Sheets obviously allows everyone to edit together seamlessly. We've heard from enterprise leaders again and again that this really changes the baseline level of transparency in their organization, and it makes every moment more collaborative, right? Here we see two colleagues working together in a sheet. They're changing values. And one thing that they might do to call attention to each other is comment, right? So we have these rich conversations that we enable in Sheets with threaded conversations. Maybe there's a value that I see, thanks to Dan's conditional formatting, that needs a closer look. I can just type in his username or email address and then say, hey, Dan, what's going on here? Anything that sticks out to you? That's a great way to get feedback immediately in the place where you need it. And one more powerful way, I would suppose, of doing this is with action items, right? So in that same commenting workflow, you can actually assign an action item to one of your colleagues. So let's say I really needed Dan's feedback on something. Maybe I needed his approval. Maybe he's the person responsible for that row or that region, whatever it is. I can assign an action item to Dan, draw his attention to it, and then he can come in at his leisure, mark it resolved when he's given me feedback, and then we can move on. Version history is a really powerful way of tracking the evolution of a document, right? So it's really powerful to see what changes were made to your spreadsheet, who made those changes, and when those changes were made, right? And that's what we're doing with version history. one even more powerful way to track that evolution is with named versions. So with named versions, you can mark different milestones, annotate why they were relevant, give your colleagues some kind of indicator as to what that version represents. Here we see maybe a couple weeks ago we consolidated around a draft outline, and then more recently we've come to a final version. It's really great to be able to toggle between those to see the differences that happened between those two milestones. And an even more granular version of that we're excited to give you a sneak peek of is the edit history of a cell. So often, version history is great for looking at big changes in the spreadsheet. Sometimes there's a value that is really, really important, and you need to understand how it's gotten to the place that it currently is. With the edit history, you'll be able to see on a cell level what changes were made by who and when. Awesome. So another sneak peek for you. So let's say we've reached the end of this analytical workflow. Often you'll bring your amazing insights out of Sheets, maybe into docs or slides for a more final, presentable artifact, right? Here we see a document, and we've been making progress here, right? So in 2017, we allowed you to bring charts out of Sheets, place them in a doc or a slide. Last year, we did the same thing with tables. And we're excited to give you this sneak peek of the ability to update all of those things at once, wherever they now live. So here we see an awesome report that's got many, many tables and charts copied over from Sheets. Rather than going to every single one and updating it, you can update them all at once and make sure that they match the underlying data, whatever changes have been made in the sheet where those objects were created. Sometimes you want a little bit more metadata about how the document is moving through your organization, who it's been meaningful for. And the activity dashboard was a feature that we launched last year to give you some of this metadata. As the document owner or editor, it can be really cool to see who's looked at your spreadsheet. You might want to know if Dan, whose input we desperately need, whether he's had the opportunity to make it into a sheet or not. It's a great way to do just that. And no worries, if you don't want to be seen, you can opt out of the activity dashboard as well. So here we see, we provide you a lot of metadata about the viewers. We also provide you metadata about the trend in viewers. So maybe it's cool for you to see when a document went viral within your organization, or when a lot of people came into it to make a decision. And we're excited to have updated the activity dashboard to track a couple different things, right? So the first is common trends. Same thing with viewer trends, but what if you could track the conversation around a document rather than just who's entered it, right? So here we can see when did new comments enter that document? When did replies enter that document? And what was the trend of unresolved comments over time? This can kind of help you see when consensus was reached again, maybe, when a conversation was particularly active about the contents of a document. And we also allow you to get a little bit more granular with the sharing history in the activity dashboard. Sometimes, so these things are great when you want to spread your docs far and wide. Sometimes you want to have a little bit more control. A couple ways we do that. The first is with expiration dates. So you can set expiration dates on your documents, maybe if they're particularly sensitive or you're working with folks that shouldn't have ever-long access to them. You can set expirations of a week, a month, or some arbitrary date in the future. And similarly, you can prevent viewers of a spreadsheet from downloading, printing, or copying the contents. Again, super powerful when data might be particularly sensitive. We announced today the ability to edit Office documents directly within the G Suite editors. So here we can see I might be working with someone that's still outside of G Suite. That's great, that's okay. But I want to still have the added benefits of G Suite collaboration, interactivity, and so I can make changes directly within Sheets here to an Excel file, and then not have to worry about re-uploading, re-downloading the document. It'll convert back to the original file format that it came from. We're really excited to have brought that to you guys today. And we know that, particularly with spreadsheets, there's some incredible muscle memory that people have built up over time, right? And so, of course, Sheets has had keyboard shortcuts for a while. Last year, we talked about how we allow you to override some of the browser shortcuts that were in collision with those shortcuts. And we've come a long way, and we're excited to give you a sneak peek that we've matched a lot of our keyboard shortcuts back to other legacy spreadsheet products so people can come in and have the same sort of time saving they're used to with the crazy things that they don't even know what they're doing in their head, right? We've all seen that person. Awesome. And then just to close this out here, so we want to make sure that you can get to your data wherever you are. Security does not have to mean inconvenience, and that's why you can go offline and edit your documents. And then once you come back online, sync any changes that you've made back to that file. Additionally, you should be able to make those changes on whatever device you have at hand, right? So Sheets obviously has a really strong Android and iOS app, and of course, we're always available in the browser where we were born. Okay, so that's been a whirlwind for us at least. I think for you guys too, maybe. Let's do a quick synopsis of where we've been. We talked about how we bring data into Sheets, that collection phase. We talked about how we get it standardized, cleaned up, formatted beautifully. For digging into insights, that's the analysis step. How do we bring that stuff to life with visualizations? And then we brought ourselves home talking about collaborative strengths and being a cloud-native product. We talked about two really, really exciting early access programs today. The first is the on-prem data connectors that Dan did a wonderful demo of. The second also had an incredible demo, the Connected Sheet. We wanted to give you another opportunity to see those links if you want to potentially be part of that early access. There are a couple awesome other G Suite sessions still happening at Next. A couple opportunities to hear how people are thinking about using the Connected Sheet. We wanted to give you a sneak peek at those. And guys, we did it. My goodness, we are at the summit. We made it. We can now bring, we hope you can bring some of these tips back to your colleagues and help them reach new heights. How beautiful. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Please don't forget to give us feedback. We'd love to hear what you thought of the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
I gotta pack my things, I'm going home.
on the challenge of youth unemployment in South Africa. We have 6 million unemployed youth. There's a whole lot of exclusionary barriers for young people trying to break into the economy. We decided to work with Google Cloud because we needed to operate at large scale across the population.
I didn't know how to do your CV because at school we didn't do computer. The internet was very foreign for me.
I remember the first CVs which I made, I had to get a paper and just write it with my own hands because I didn't even have money to go and print out a CV.
Harambie's had 1.3 million candidates in our database. That's resulted in over 50,000 opportunities. What machine learning allows us is the ability to innovate and create new solutions for solving youth unemployment in South Africa.
Before, we had our data in many different locations. It wasn't managed very well. As we migrated our data into Google Cloud, then we were able to understand employers and candidates. BigQuery allows us to access our data for our candidates very quickly.
Harambie's approach to job matching is to include unemployed youth previously excluded from the labor market. So we use a lot of data points and competency skills that don't traditionally get used in the world of employment.
What we're building is a pathwaying platform that looks to bridge gaps of young people and nudge them closer to opportunities in the economy.
The data we're gathering allows us to shine a light on all the great things that they can be and are.
I am finding my purpose where I want to be.
Harambee has given me hope. I am confident enough to conquer the world and to make a difference out there.
Please welcome Sudhir Haspe.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to the session. I know it's afternoon. I will try to make sure I don't let you fall asleep. We are going to have an exciting set of product demos. We have a couple of our customers sharing their stories, how they're using the platform. And the whole goal here is to go ahead and today morning in the keynote, did you get a chance to see the Smart Analytics demo? Was it good? Great. So the key thing is we want to take that whole theme about Smart Analytics, give you more context of what other product announcements we are making, what are we launching, and give you all the details that you need. But before that, let's talk about what's changing in the world, right? If you think about industries across the board are changing. If you think about automotive industry, historically 10, 15, 20 years back when you looked at automotive industry, it was a very different industry. Now with organizations like Cruise Automation, they're collecting real-time information from all of their vehicles, doing self-driving cars, making real-time decisions at massive scale. And so the whole ability to go ahead and create these large amounts of data and make decisions is super important in organizations. The second key thing is, another great example is AirAsia. If you look at democratizing data insights within organization is becoming more and more critical. So AirAsia last year at Next, they were here with me at this session, and they were sharing, they've saved like roughly 5 to 10% on their operational costs. In an airline, that's a pretty large number. And this was possible only because they were able to take all the data and insights within the organization, make it available for all of their users who are actually doing different kind of activities within the organization. So it's very critical not just to have infrastructure that can scale to do massive amounts of queries, but also to go ahead and make those insights available to everybody within the organization. And then there's other aspect to it. A lot of different industries, a lot of different customers, like Broad Institute, which was founded by MIT, Harvard, and Harvard Hospitals. They're basically producing like 12 terabytes of data per day, and then leveraging the cloud computing infrastructure to do genome sequencing every 12 minutes. And so it's interesting to see how organizations across different industries are actually using cloud computing, especially our data analytics platform, to take massive amounts of data, derive insights from them, and make decisions at every point. We're seeing momentum across all different industry verticals, all different regions with the platform. Few key interesting facts I wanted to share with you today. One, with BigQuery, we now have more than exabyte amount of data managed by BigQuery for our customers. We have our largest customer now has more than 250 petabytes of data in a single data warehouse. And we had last year roughly 300% growth in data analyzed on the platform. So it's fascinating to see all this growth, organizations across the world leveraging the platform, leveraging the insights that they can gather from Google Cloud. So let me talk a bit about what's our philosophy around our investments in analytics platform, right? Our main goal is, we have this theme called radical simplicity. Like our goal is to make sure deriving insights from data needs to be super simple, get to a point where anybody within an organization should be able to do that. And how do we do that? How do we make it happen? One, the most important thing is investing in serverless. You should be able to bring any data, do not have to worry about infrastructure, put it into Google Cloud and start analyzing it. The second is you're providing comprehensive solution that provides the end-to-end life cycle of your data management. Then embedding ML, not just using ML to improve our products, but also making sure ML is available to everybody within the organization. And then we are a firm believer in open cloud. We are a firm believer in making different open source components available to you to run at scale within our environment. And finally, all the enterprise capabilities that you all expect us to have within the platform is super important. So quick visual, the key thing about serverless data platform is one, where in traditional platforms, you would have to go ahead and spend time in figuring out what's your capacity requirement, how many servers do you going to need, what's the provisioning, what's the monitoring. There's so much stuff goes into that. But our key thing is you shouldn't have to worry about all that. That's all managed by Google. We take care of that. You just bring as much data that you need to bring, start analyzing it from there. And then from a platform perspective, I know there are a lot of logos here. I'm not going to go in depth of every one of them. But from an end-to-end lifecycle perspective, we have services that allow you to ingest data, and that could be at real-time streaming at scale, like PubSub. You can do millions or billions of events per second collection. There's services for transferring data from on-premises, different SaaS applications. We have service for IoT data coming in. So all the ingestion services are available to you. Then for all the real-time and batch processing, we have Dataflow, which is our streaming like engine capability. It allows you to do batch and streaming with a single API. With Dataproc, you can do managed Hadoop and Spark environments. Data Prep allows your data analysts to go ahead and do data wrangling. All of these are available to you. And then in data warehousing, you have BigQuery. You can use cloud storage for storing massive amounts of unstructured data. And then on advanced analytics side, you have our cloud AI services. So that's the whole portfolio. We have a whole set of things. In addition to that, we have Cloud Composer, Managed Airflow for you to go ahead and do workflow orchestration. And then we are announcing 2 new services. You heard about them today around Cloud Fusion. We'll talk more about that. And then Catalog. So that completes the whole portfolio that we have. And then with that, let me share a few more things on different scenarios. So when we talk to customers, there are 3 main scenarios that our customers leverage the platform for. And Thomas earlier today mentioned these. And I will try to take them into the next step and give you more details. But one is modernizing data warehouses so that you can go ahead and make it broader than just data warehousing for reporting and dashboarding. It's more about intelligent decision making, predictions, and stuff like that. So we'll talk more about that. The second is running large-scale Hadoop clusters on premises that customers are running, moving that into cloud to get much better TCO, but also get scalability that cloud can provide. And the third is streaming analytics. I think by 2025, more than 25% of the data that's generated will be in streaming form. And as the industries are changing, you will need capabilities that can collect this streaming data, make real-time decisions on them in the application that you are in and all that. So that is super critical, and that's what customers are using. Other than that, we heard a lot from our customers about breaking the data silos, making it easy to get data into the platform, and then also protecting and governing the data. So we have those solutions available. So let's talk about the first thing. Earlier today, you saw a demo of Fusion. So Cloud Fusion basically is our fully managed code-free data integration service. The whole idea is we want to make sure that bringing data to GCP is super easy for our customers. Data Fusion is actually based on an open source project called CDAP, and it gives you a visual tool to go ahead and drag drop, pick from hundreds of connectors that we have already got for you for on-prem systems, different applications and all, and then you can go ahead and transform the data that's coming in, and you can publish it into any one of the data stores that we have. Could be BigQuery, could be Cloud SQL, could be any one of the other data stores that's available. The key aspect to this is the goal here is just simplifying migration of your data to cloud, transforming it as it's coming in, and making sure you have a single place to manage all your data pipelines. And then finally, it provides you ability to go ahead and do visual transformations. As you're coming in, you can go ahead and track lineage about the data that's coming in and provide data quality on top of the data. So this is one of our big releases for this next. It's available in beta, so you can go ahead and leverage it. You saw some of the demos earlier today. There are two other things that we have in the same realm. We basically, we have in BigQuery, if you have used BigQuery, it has connectors that were available from our first-party services, like AdWords, like DoubleClick, and all of that, to make it easy for customers to bring data in from these applications and then put it into BigQuery, analyze it. We have extended that to our partner ecosystem. And so now I'm happy to announce we have more than, I think, 135 connectors across different applications, starting from like Salesforce, Marketo, Adobe Analytics, Facebook Analytics, Workday, all the different SaaS applications is now available, and customers can use that in your BigQuery environments. You all can start using that. And the third thing is we know there's a big challenge on migrating the traditional data warehouses that are running on-premises, let's say like Teradata, or if you're using Redshift, we have tooling now available to easily migrate those to BigQuery. So that's the key thing, that we're providing all this tooling to make it easy to bring data into GCP so that you can start leveraging the other capabilities that we already have. Along with the migration service, we also have a migration offer for our customers so that they can use training credits. They can go ahead and do some advisory planning activities and stuff like that. So that's something to leverage. If you're thinking about moving large-scale data warehouses to cloud, this is a great opportunity to go ahead and look at that. So let's then talk about modernizing data warehousing, which is one of the key workloads that our customers are using across the board. So BigQuery, fundamentally, it's a cloud-scale data warehouse. We have customers ranging from having like few terabytes worth of data sets to 100+ petabytes data sets. And the key thing there is scale is one thing you will never have to worry about with BigQuery. We basically can handle small scale to large scale data sets without any problem. It's basically built to go ahead and make it really easy for you to use your standard ANSI 2011 compliant SQL. We support all the DML functions that you will need. Other than that, everything is encrypted, durable, and highly available. And from a key differentiator perspective in this is one, we have we have decoupled compute and storage, which allows us to go ahead and stream data at scale in the storage layer. So King, for example, they generate 50 billion, roughly, events every day. They get in real time published to the storage layer, and then they do real-time analytics on top of that data throughout the day. So we are able to do that because of our architecture, the way we have done that. The next is embedded machine learning. We announced last year BigQuery ML. We have more announcements or enhancements to that. And then insights for everybody. You can scale to hundreds or thousands of people within the organization with the capabilities that we provide. So with that, let me go ahead and invite Ivan and Keith to go ahead and share some of the usage in our analytics platform at ANZ Bank. Please come in. why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us more about ANZ Bank.
Yeah, so I'm Ivan. I'm from Data Science of Institutional Banking at ANZ.
And I'm Keith. I'm also from our institutional data and analytics capability. So ANZ is Australia's third largest bank by market capitalisation. We're also New Zealand's largest bank, and in Australia and New Zealand we've got a large retail and commercial presence. We've also got our institutional bank that operates in 34 countries, and that's where Ivan and I are from.
Got it. Can you share some of the challenges you were facing before and what you're doing with GCP?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're a 180-year-old organisation. I think Scotiabank said something similar this morning, and we've got a number of similar challenges. So our customers' expectations of us are changing. Our customers want us to be able to help them understand their business better. They don't just want us to do their banking. Our employees' expectations are changing as well. They'd like us to provide them with relevant data and insights so that they can make smart decisions in a timely manner. And so to do that, we need to look at digital transformation, and a key part of that digital transformation is data.
Got it. So can you share some use cases with BigQuery or other things that you're using so that we can get more insights into what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Ivan, do you want to talk about some of the BigQuery uses?
Yeah, of course. So BigQuery has been one of the key tools that our data scientists are using on a daily basis. And it actually effectively helped us a lot in terms of the scalabilities and handling those heavy computational queries on top of the different data sets. So I will give you a real story from our team. So some of our data scientists are working on using those customer transaction data to build those aggregated and de-identified insights for our institutional level clients for them to understand their customers better. So those analysis including what's your loyal customer look like, where they are living, and who are lapsing from your business. So we are analyzing billions of transactions of the data, and back to that time, it was around 17 terabytes for a single table for us to run, and it took literally 5 days to extract the data and get the insights from the data set, and which is actually quite costly for us to deliver our insights to our clients and also limit our data science to continuously develop new insights, adding new innovations to the data set. And by moving that whole pipeline to the BigQuery, we successfully reduce the time from 5 days to 20 seconds to get the insights, which is a big achievement for us, and not only enhancing the efficiency for our data scientists, but also allow us to start rethinking the data science process in the organization. So our data scientists start to meet our clients directly rather than over-optimizing those queries sitting at the back end. And they are bringing their insights to the clients, taking the direct feedback from our clients to conduct the customer-led design workshop to get those customized insights requirements to support our clients better. So the reason we are taking customized insights is we have the confidence that BigQuery can help us to handle those heavy computation back end. And we managed to work with airline industries to help them analyzing their customers' shopping behavior before and after flying, so they can use those insights to optimize their campaign effectiveness. Also, we've been working with a few retail industry companies in Australia to help them to identify which location is the best for them to open a new store. So such kind of customized analysis help us to position ourselves not only a service provider, but also a strategic partner from the data and analytics side perspective for our clients. And currently we have streams of data scientists working on bringing more data like payments, supply chain, and credit rating data on the GCP, and to combining those different data sets together, commingling those data sets to unlock the value of the data sets in the bank.
I think that's awesome. I just heard 5 days roughly to few seconds is where you were able to drop it. That's the power of at scale what you can do with data processing and analytics, and I think super interesting to hear. Can you share more about Cloud Composer usage, how you're using Composer for orchestration and all?
Yeah, of course. So team have been exploring different orchestration tools, and we've been using Composer since it was in alpha version. And it's a great tool for teams to keep going. And our data scientists are loving it because it's Python-based and it's very easy to manage your dependency and the multi-layer of data pipelines. And we've currently got daily and weekly data pipelines running on the composer to generate hundreds of features and terabytes of data, multi-terabytes of data. However, with the growing of the teams and the complex of the data pipeline, we sort of meeting the challenge like running multi-tenancies on Composer. And we've been very excited to hear more announcements from Composer side this time.
That's great. We'll share some more today. So Keith, can you share more on how did you make the decision to go to GCP, and what should everybody here, especially in the industries like yours, think about as they move to cloud, making that decision?
Absolutely. So I think when looking at moving to a cloud provider, one of our key requirements was we needed a provider to help us get the most out of our data. And so the core data capability is very important. Services on top of data, AI services, ML services, and partnering with someone who has those services also absolutely critical. But also, data doesn't live in a vacuum, and where the data is where application delivery starts to converge to. And so when looking at GCP and Google, we found a provider that has those AI and ML services, also has the application delivery components. And so we're also very heavy users of GKE, Cloud SQL, and a number of other components, as well as then the underlying data capability. And so I think as an ecosystem, that's great. As a financial services organization, there are a whole other suite of considerations that then need to be overlaid on an implementation. And so as a heavily regulated industry, it's very important that when implementing a cloud environment, it's not only the awesome technology that's there, it's balanced with great controls that can meet the expectations of your regulators, that can ensure that you hit those privacy expectations, again, of regulators, but also of your customers. And I think as then a final point, an interesting piece around the cloud implementation journey is once you're there, things become a lot faster in terms of your ability to deliver on them, but it can then shine a bit of a spotlight on yourself internally as an organization and your processes and his ability to actually internalize and deliver on that change.
Got it. Good, thank you. Thanks a lot for sharing.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Keith. Thanks, Ivan. So it's very interesting, as we have seen in the last couple of years, how different industries have been starting to adopt cloud, starting to use some of our analytics capabilities to go ahead and leverage it for different scenarios. With that, let me share a few things around what's coming new with BigQuery in this conference, what are the different things we are announcing. One is, we had a goal last year to go ahead and launch BigQuery everywhere. We have been steadily increasing our footprint globally. This is super critical as organizations want to keep their data in specific geographical locations. So we've launched like around 12 regions in last 1 year, and we'll continue the momentum going forward, make sure we are available in every region wherever Google data centers exist. So the work is not done. We'll continuously do that, but we are already in all of these different regions. We should be in your region wherever you are now. The second big thing that we are announcing today is basically BigQuery supports 2 different pricing models. It has on-demand model where you can go ahead and per query pay for whatever data you're accessing. The second model is we have a flat rate model, which gives you price predictability, and you can go ahead and buy out like X number of slots for the whole month, and then you can go ahead and use that. What we are announcing today is 2 things. In Alpha, we will have our reservations API, which will give you 2 capabilities. One, you will be able to go online, and then if you're registered for Alpha, you can start buying slots directly, which means you can go ahead and say, I want 2,000 slots, but we are also reducing the entry on that, and we are making a 500 slot BigQuery flat rate available, which should reduce the cost of entry if you want to get started at a lower level. So that's one. The second thing it allows you to do is you can quickly and easily manage resources. So let's say you have 2,000 slots, you want to distribute them into 4 different teams and say, hey, everybody gets 500 each, so that you don't go ahead and have different kinds of queries can have different priorities and stuff like that. So you can go ahead and do that that way. But we always make sure that you have access to all of those open, unused slots available for everybody. So the key thing is the compute resources that you have is always available. You can use them, but you can allocate them across your organization very easily. This has been one of the asks from our customers for quite a few time now. So this is going to be available. The second thing that is available earlier, in a couple of months back, we announced Storage API. So there are a lot of organizations who are putting all of their data in BigQuery. BigQuery storage is their structured storage layer, like for all of their data in the organization. And SQL is a great language for a lot of things, but not for all things. And so we have a lot of customers who wanted to use Spark or Hadoop on top of the same data that we have. Why do you want to have the same data copied in GCS and BigQuery and all the different storage layers so that you can process it? So we basically have a high-speed storage API available. With this, what happens is your BigQuery, that's the data that's stored in BigQuery is now available from any of your Spark or Hadoop workloads. You can use Dataflow for batch jobs from BigQuery if you want to. You can go ahead and use ML Engine, ODBC drivers. All of them will be able to directly leverage the same storage layer at high speed, and you'll be able to go ahead and do all these workloads, different types of workloads on the data in BigQuery. So this just expands what you can do. The third thing that we have coming in BigQuery is earlier last year, I think in July, we announced beta for BigQuery ML. So we will have BigQuery ML going to GA in a few weeks from now. Along with that, we are also, based on the demand that we are getting, we have k-means clustering available. So you want to do segmentation, customer segmentation, those kind of scenarios, you'll be able to do that very easily with like just a couple of lines of SQL code. You can do matrix factorization, so recommender systems, you can go ahead and do that. And then you can import TensorFlow models directly into BigQML. So those are the three key things. The fourth key announcement that we have, and we announced this earlier in the keynote, is around BI Engine. So the whole idea of BI Engine, it's a fast, low latency analysis service. You don't have to create any kind of models or anything. You automatically, the data that's in BigQuery, it can accelerate queries on top of it. Our goal is to have all the response times in millisecond times, under a second in most cases, and then it will be available so that you can do interactive reporting and interactive dashboarding very easily across your organization at a large concurrency numbers. So that's another thing that's available. So I've talked about a lot of things here. Earlier, I also mentioned about all the 100+ SaaS application connectors. We talked about BI Engine. So let's do a quick demo. Let me call upon Michael to come and show us some of the capabilities that we're launching. Michael. Okay.
So I'm going to show you guys what it's actually like inside BigQuery to go get data from an external source and bring that in through a transfer. I'm going to try and go through pretty quickly here. Let's click the transfer button in BigQuery, and that'll take us to a view where I can see the active transfers that I have now. So I'll hit the Create Transfer button here. And we have Google's built-in transfers down here. I can transfer from Google Play, Google Ads, sources like that. But now I can click Explore Data Sources there. And just like Sudhir said, here we have a long list. We have more than 100 external data sources built by our providers that show up in this list. So for example, here is an Adobe Analytics connector, highly requested source from us. This is made by Supermetrics, one of our close partners. And we can see details about this connector. I can also enroll in it, or I can search for others on the marketplace. Another example, Facebook connectors. So we have some Facebook ads data here that you can see. I can search for Salesforce as well. And when I search there, top result here is a Salesforce connector built by Fivetran, another one of our really great partners. And I can enroll in this connector right on the marketplace and choose the project that I want to enroll in. I've already enrolled for this project, and so because I did that, it's going to show up for me now automatically on my drop-down list right there. So I hit Salesforce by Fivetran, and then I can enter the name of the connector of the transfer that I want,
and I can choose the schedule that's right for me. We can go weekly, or in this case, a daily schedule. And I'll select the destination data set inside BigQuery that I want that to go to, and then hit Connect Source. And right here, I get a warning. This is asking me permission for that connector to write data into the BigQuery data set that I selected. So I'll hit Accept, and then up comes this pop-up from Fivetran where I can authorize the connector that I'm interested in. So normally this would ask me for my Salesforce password. I've already done that, though. So when I click Save, this is going to create the connection for me and take me back to the transfers page where I can complete my settings for the transfer. I can also choose to get notifications if I want to in case the transfer fails. So let's click Save. And that's going to configure the transfer for me. And there you can see it. The transfer run is now pending. So that's really all that I needed to do. That's how easy it is to go all the way from choosing one of 100 plus sources, getting that into a transfer so that that goes right into your BigQuery data set. That's really all you need to do. This particular transfer takes about 7 minutes, so I have a data set already set up where you can see what it looks like once we're actually inside BigQuery. And let me just show you what it looks like. Here's that Salesforce data. We can preview the leads table. There's city data, data on the company in this case for each of these rows. We could go and query that, join it with other data, and integrate it with other information inside BigQuery. But now I'm going to show you the BI engine feature with this data. So like Sudhir mentioned, with this BI engine, we have the capability to run really fast sub-second latency queries, and that's because it's running from memory, from RAM inside GCP. So I can go ahead, create a reservation, and decide on the capacity that I want with BI engine. And then once I've done that, what can I do with it? Well, here's a great example. This is a Data Studio dashboard. It's running off BigQuery on BI engine. And as I'm clicking around here, let's see, filtering down to nurturing and new leads, for example. Maybe I want to slice and dice this by Houston and Dallas. And it's reacting really fast because it's using BI engine. So please try out BI engine today. It's in beta. And check out the external data sources on the marketplace. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. I think the key value we can get by connecting all of these like different types of applications that are there, like organizations are using various different types of applications now, bringing all that data together, having analytics across all of them, and deriving insights is going to be very interesting for organizations, I think. And making it easy is one of our key goals. Other than that, there are a lot more other things that we are also working on, we are announcing. I won't go in depth of each one of them, but here's just some additional information. Like we will, later this year, we will have ability to go ahead and do federated queries on top of Parquet, ORC files directly on GCS. You'll be able to do federation across like Cloud SQL, which can be another data source for queries from within BigQuery. So that's there. Other than that, there is a good economic advantage report that was created by ESG group. You should take a look at it. If you're moving to cloud, especially with BigQuery, there's massive amounts of savings that you can get from a total cost of ownership perspective. Let's switch gears, talk about the second key scenario, running large-scale Hadoop and Spark workloads on GCP. One of the key things from a value proposition that we have is we let you go ahead and pick any of the open source projects that you want to run through Dataproc through Composer, that technologies that we have. For example, we have been continuously adding more and more projects. Now you can go ahead and leverage Presto. You can go ahead and already you could do Hadoop, Spark, various different projects underneath it. It's secure. We go ahead and do the management of it. We define, we can launch the clusters, we can shut down the clusters automatically and all. If you really look at the value proposition on this, I won't go into depth of each one of these points. The key thing is, if you are on-prem or you are managing it by yourself on Compute Engine versus using a managed service, the green is what you will have to do, and blue is what we take care of. So the key thing is just focus on the last column and see. You just have to manage your code, write the code, deploy, and we take care of the cluster management and everything. That's the biggest value proposition for the cloud, especially with ephemeral clusters. You can do massive amounts of saving, so you don't have to have static clusters running throughout the day at scale for you. With that, let me call upon Jonathan and Raris from Booking.com to share more of what they are doing. Hi, Jonathan. So why don't you introduce yourself, tell us more about Booking.com.
Sure, I'm Raresh Mirika, I'm a principal developer at Booking.com. I work on enabling cloud technology for Booking.com and opening that up to Booking. Booking is the largest online travel agent in the world. We employ over 17,000 people, and we have offices in over 120 countries. So we, of course, work with a lot of data as well. I'm joined by Jonathan.
I'm John. I'm a data scientist working in data quality in Booking, so I care quite a lot about all the products we're putting together here.
Got it. So what were the key challenges, Raris, in Booking.com before you started migration to cloud?
Sure. So at Booking, we run quite a large installation of Hadoop, and on that, the workloads are mostly Hive and Spark workloads, both production workloads and human interactive. We have over 1,000 daily users over these clusters. So of course, because they like to all work together, there's a lot of contention for resources over these clusters. So that was a huge challenge for us, and that was an opportunity for us to use cloud and give the data scientists, especially for the more data-intensive workloads, give them personalized capacity, so basically dedicated clusters per user. And that was our proof of concept work that we started late 2017. That was very successful with our data scientists, and that was the business case for later on triggering a big data migration to cloud.
So that means every data scientist can have their own cluster that can spin up, and then they can work on that. Is that
yes, that is correct.
About it?
The default is a multi-tenant large cluster where they contend for resources, but they have the option to basically elevate that to a dedicated cluster for themselves, where the data scientist decides to a certain limit the size of the capacity that he needs.
Got it. That's interesting, because that's one of the benefits of moving these things to cloud and having that scenarios where you can have static clusters but also burst into for specific workloads and all. That's really good. Yeah, can you share about, I know our teams have worked together on interesting challenges you had and how we have incorporated some of them in the product portfolio. So can you talk about
Yes, so aside from the challenges of moving the data to cloud and then integrating the data, making these clusters appear with the data on and making them available for the data scientists, the first thing that the data scientists asked for was for the toolbox, their toolbox to be there, same as on-prem, the same libraries, the same integrations with on-prem technologies and so on. So this required customization of Dataproc, installation of libraries, tools, etc. We found out pretty quickly that the time to spin up such clusters went up quite high, and that was impacting the user experience. So our ask towards your team was to make it possible for us to create customized images for Dataproc, which in collaboration with Google, we managed to get now to GA.
Yeah.
So that is what we are using.
No, that's great. I think if we always learn from our customers, it was a great scenario. We were able to go ahead and put that in quickly so that everybody can benefit. So Jonathan, why don't you share more about what you have been up to with the whole set of technologies?
I'd love to. So working with our Google counterparts, we started an exploration saying, well, now that we are in cloud, there are some tools that are available to us, like BigQuery and BigQuery ML, that we don't have on-premise. So let's see if we can use this for a case close to my heart. Can we surface some data quality issues that would be very difficult to do otherwise? So the scenario we chose to explore is very booking in nature. So we, of course, serve many properties on the website. You can find them. Each property has many room types. That room type might represent many rooms. But each of those room types is quite particular. They are scale millions of properties, so scale tens of millions of room types. And maybe most particular for a visitor is that those room types have lots and lots of facilities, or potential facilities, something like 176 of these. So the scenario would be a customer visits the website. Maybe they have a particular facility in mind that they'd really like to make sure is there, a bathroom, a TV, who knows? They can filter for this. Well, that's really helpful from our side. However, we then need to make sure that that data is correct. How could this go wrong? Well, if you are forgetting to list this as a property manager or owner, you can lose customers by way of the filter. And go the other way, if you accidentally say that you have it, well, then you might be misrepresenting yourself accidentally, and then the customer experience is quite odd when they arrive and the bathroom isn't there, say. Okay, this is not so good. I don't know about your trip, yeah? But, so how do we fix these potential things? They also might tell us something about ourselves. Maybe we can ask better questions of the property owners. We can learn things about however we're putting this in a form that makes it so that certain repeated mistakes we can eliminate in a certain way. So this is certainly an added value for Booking if we can get this right. We're the intermediary. Okay. So again, I mentioned the data. It's very wide. It's reasonably long, tens of millions of rows, and quite wide. It's very Boolean. So it's yes or no to having a facility, but 176 of these. It's quite a lot. So we wanted to attack this using something in BigQuery ML. In particular, we're going to end up using k-means clustering. Now, why do we want to try that perspective? Well, we could attack it with rules. We could say, we know for sure that if you have pay-per-view channels, you better have a TV to watch them on, right? That's pretty reasonable. However, 176 lends itself to lots and lots of subsets of rules. It's very difficult to manage and upkeep because, well, you could be certainly adding lots more facilities in the future. So maybe all kinds of HoloLens or something like this is available in your room. So it would be very difficult to manage by hand. Let's see if we can surface these by throwing math at this problem, and especially in a quick and iterable way via BigQuery ML and SQL. So we have one premise, one assumption backing our project here, which is we assume most of the data is pretty healthy. It's pretty representative of truth. If that's true, then we hope that similar things will end up next to each other in such a clustering, and oddities will stick out. Odd things we'll be able to find. So with this assumption, I think it's a pretty good one. We know our data relatively well, and it's not our first time looking at this kind of thing, so we're hoping math will find the ones we haven't caught yet. Okay, so k-means clustering. There was a very nice talk earlier today. We gave a longer version of this. I hope you'll visit it on YouTube. But if we throw k-means clustering at this, we have just a few lines of code to build several different versions of the model. We only have to tune maybe one parameter, and we can very quickly see what comes out. Let's visualize some of those. Well, actually, sorry, let me take a step back. What would clustering look like? This is 2 dimensions, and of course we have 176. Remember, our goal is to find the things in the triangles, the ones that really stand out. If we can cluster well, the ones that are very far from their centroid, their middle, are maybe the ones where something is going odd. So this is visually what we're aiming for. Okay, here's in Data Studio, very convenient that we can look at this through the GCP pipeline. We have a lot going on, but if you look at the red on the right, this is relating both the size of clusters and also how far they are from each other. Okay, well, notice cluster 10 there is actually quite far from any other cluster. Well, that tells us something. Maybe he's odd. That's one of the ways a cluster could be odd. It could be very far from others. It turns out cluster 10 is very weird for another reason. If you look at the green there, this is the distribution of distances within the cluster. So for each cluster, if you are at 0, that means you're at the centroid. And if you're at the top, that means you're as far away from the centroid as anything in that cluster. Now, I care about cluster 10 again because, well, the farthest points are the farthest of any from their centroid. So we probably should look there first. It gives us an indication of where we could peak. So let's take a look at a few examples from, okay, cluster 10. If we drill in, what do we see here? Well, let's look at the things that this item has. I've drilled in. I'm looking at exactly one item. The blue bars there represent something about the whole cluster, cluster 10. How common is each one of those room facilities which are on the bottom? So let's take an example of, say, toilet. The red bar says, that's available in my outlier. It's also very commonly available in the cluster in total. I see toilet, I see shower, I see body soap, I see free toiletries. These are all very good things. Where would you put them? Probably in a bathroom, which is not available here. The outlier does not have a bathroom listed anyway. Maybe it does have one, I don't know. And free toilet paper. So maybe it's BYO toilet paper, I'm not sure. Maybe you filtered for that yourself. Maybe that's something you want. But for my trip, I'd like to be sure that there's toilet paper waiting for me when I arrive. That's good to know. We should at least follow up with the property. Let's take one more example. Go a different direction. Of course, this one might have other bathroom problems, but let's see what it does have. So I see cable TV channels, I see satellite channels, but I don't see TV or flat screen TV. So I hinted at this before. You have plenty of channels to watch, but nothing to watch them on. We would definitely want to surface this for the property because they might be missing out. Anyone filtering for that thing is maybe going to miss this property, but it's probably likely that they have such a thing. So we found some really interesting stuff. I think these are things we wouldn't have found otherwise or would have had a very hard time to identify. Next step for us would be automation improvements so that we could do this on a very regular basis and not have to explore by hand the same way we did.
Got it. Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks a lot. There's some interesting use cases there. Thank you. Thanks, Iris.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, so let's continue on some of the new investments that we are announcing right now. I think we are investing in the security features of Dataproc so that Kerberos is now available. So, so you'll be able to use the same security models that you're using on-prem. You have auto-scaling capabilities, and then you also have one of the other big investments that we're doing with Composer is on Composer Flex. So it will allow you to make it completely serverless Composer capability. And then one of the other things is we just announced our partnership with Qubole. A lot of enterprise organizations are using Qubole for their Hadoop and Spark workloads, and their whole unified experience with the workbench, with notebooks and dashboards is super valuable for enterprises. Now they are available on GCP, so you will be able to use them. They have great enterprise security features, controls and governance, as well as seamless workload migration. So if you're using Qubole today, you'll be able to continue using that on GCP from your on-prem. The next key thing that we have is, as I said, 25% of the data will be generated in 2025 in streaming form. And we have great capabilities on the platform for streaming, starting from ingestion with PubSub, transform, and analyze across the board. And then you can also do that with our open source technologies or partners that's available. So with that, one of the key announcements that we have today is Dataflow SQL. So the whole idea is a lot of organizations use Dataflow from different platforms, like you can write Java code for Beam and all that and do it. But SQL is a good interface. A lot of customers like it, so we're making that available. Let's do a quick demo from Sergey on that. Welcome, Sergey. Keep it fun.
Thanks, Sudhir. So in this demo, I'm going to take a PubSub topic. I'm going to associate a schema with this topic, and I'm going to join it with a BigQuery table to do some stream enrichment. Once I have a schema topic and a enriched stream, I'm going to group it by time and insert the results into a BigQuery data warehouse. Now, the goal of this demo is to show you can calculate very quickly aggregate statistics on a stream of events. I'm going to start with BigQuery. Many BigQuery users will find it quite useful that they can now access Dataflow right from query settings. You get the choice of the Dataflow engine as the execution backend. And once you choose Dataflow engine and save the setting, you will be able to create Dataflow jobs. I actually have a SQL statement saved in my notepad just for demo purposes so that I can avoid typing it. I'll quickly explain what's going on here. I have a PubSub topic. This is not a table. This is actually a stream of events. I'm going to join it with a static table in BigQuery, allowing me to do stream enrichment. Here's my join condition. And the key portion of this SQL statement, this streaming SQL statement, is the tumbling function. This is the piece that allows you to do streaming analytics. It creates fixed 5-second windows, and you can run aggregations on top of these windows. That's exactly what's going to happen in my projection part of the SQL statement. I'm going to create statistics for sales regions, for all of the sales events in my stream, and I'm going to have a timestamp of these calculations and the sales amount. Oh, and by the way, I mentioned that we use schema. We store now the schema for PubSub in data catalog. Here's the schema of my PubSub topic. This is what enables me to run SQL on streams, having a schema. My events have very simple attributes. We have a timestamp and we have a payload, and the payload contains the person who purchased the good itself, where it was purchased, the state of purchase, and the amount. Well, great. So let's run the job. In my next screen, I just need to type in the destination table. Then initially, we support BigQuery as the destination, but we'll add more destinations in the future as well. Great. So within a second or two, I'm going to get a data flow job ID. That's the job ID. And if I click on it, I'm going to get rerouted to data flow. And once the resources have been provisioned and the SQL query gets executed and transformed into a data flow graph, I will see things in the middle of the screen. Now, I don't want to wait for the purposes of the demo, so I launched the job just like it a few minutes ago. Here's what you will see in the data flow experience. For those of you who are familiar with execution plans, that's exactly what's going on here. So Dataflow took a SQL statement. It created an execution plan for your SQL statement using the Beam framework. I have my input flow from BigQuery. I have my input flow from PubSub. And I have a join condition in the middle. And for this particular SQL statement, we are using very efficient side input joins. Now, I also wanted to conclude the demo. I also wanted to show you that data is actually flowing through this SQL statement. So I switched back to BigQuery, and I have a select star statement here. Let me quickly run it. Here are the results, and let me rerun it again. All right, as you can see, I get my data updated every 5 seconds.
Awesome.
Thanks, Sudhir.
Thank you, Sergey. As I started earlier today when I talked about our one philosophy, which is making sure we make it really simple for doing the activities that you do today. You could have done the exact same thing in Java, written a few lines of code and made it happen. But we want to make it really easy for all the analysts to go ahead and do the similar activity on streaming data. And with this SQL-based language now, Dataflow becomes accessible to everyone in the organization that can write SQL. In addition to that, we also have FlexRS scheduling, which is flexible resource scheduling. You will be able to go ahead and for delayed data pipelines, you can save up to 40% by using preemptible VMs on our side. The main thing there is we will guarantee finishing of the jobs in any case because we mix regular VMs and preemptibles. And so you'll get a lot of savings, but guarantee that your jobs are going to get done. There are a lot of other announcements. I won't go in depth of each one of them, but you can take a look at them. From a governance perspective, one of the things, so we have different things that we already offer, right? We have the built-in encryption that is there, customer managed encryption keys. We talked about it earlier today. Access transparency, Thomas touched upon it. We also have tools for efficient governing as well as compliance with HIPAA and all the different compliance things. The key thing we are announcing today is Data Catalog. Data Catalog is basically our fully managed and scalable metadata service, which will allow you to search for all your data assets, where they are, what are they, who has, all the different details along with that. It also allows you to go ahead and define schemas for PubSub, which is streaming data. So once you have that, you can go ahead and start using it in SQL. It's a very simple search experience. It gives you ability to go to auto tagging with DLP. Like we can run the DLP, we can mark PII data and all. And then you can also give your own business metadata that you can define. And then from there, we will be able to go ahead and define policies on top of it. So you can say anything that's PII, do not give access to these group of people or give access to only these people. So you will be able to do those kind of activities. But fundamentally, it's easy discovery of your data within your organization. We're going to solve that across all of different assets within GCP. Other than that, the most important thing is you have a lot of investments in the different tools that you may have acquired from your different organizations. We have a huge partner ecosystem that should just run as is without any problems. Like we have great partners in BI space like Tableau, like Looker. All those tools are there. Informatica, Fivetran, we showed earlier today, as well as Talent, all of these partners for ingestion and all. So we have a huge partner ecosystem for you to leverage. Other than that, Google has been identified as leader in both Forrester Waves as well as Gartner. So we are trending in the right direction. We have a lot of investment going in analytics platform generally, and then it's ready for enterprise adoption. We have a lot of customers, and it would be great if you can go take a look at some of the key new capabilities, start playing with the products, and give us more feedback. Thank you.
sun's out. And now the sun's out, 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 sun's out.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for attending this session today. We're really excited to talk to you a little bit about how G Suite is helping you automate security and remove some of the redundant tasks that you're currently having to do as security administrators. So with this session, what we'll do is we'll talk through a little bit about how we think about security at Google and in G Suite. And then we will show you some of the products that we have that can remove some of that work that you're having to do. And then we will spend some time in demos. We'll spend quite a bit of time in demos because we think it's helpful to see how these things work. And then we'll finish up by having one of our partners, Sumo Logic, talk about their experience in integrating through our APIs and kind of how they are helping you automate what you're doing as well. So with that, security is increasingly difficult. There are more and more attacks, and those attacks are more and more sophisticated. So as administrators and security staff, it is something that is increasingly difficult to protect your users' devices and data. So at G Suite, what we try to do is we try to think through how we can provide you the tools that you need to really cover the different threats that are coming at you and ensure that you are best protected against those. We've had the chance to have a lot of conversations with our customers, partners, and analysts. And what we see is kind of reoccurring themes. There's a lot of security tools out there that give you a lot of data, but at the same time, they fail to provide really actionable, valuable insights. Those that do provide good insights many times lack the controls and tools that you need to go in and remediate those things and fix them quickly. And the solutions that do manage to provide both of those to you are many times very complex. They require specific expertise that are very hard to find, or a lot of training that takes a lot of time and energy and money. So what we see is we see a lot of organizations that have security tools that are partially implemented, and they're planning on continuing to implement those and finish them, or they finished the implementation, but they're just not sure how to effectively leverage those tools. So kind of the guiding principle that we are using at G Suite is how can we provide you a comprehensive set of tools that is at the same time simple and easy to use. And so we want to cover all of your needs and all of the various threats that are coming at you, but at the same time, we want you to be able to pick up those tools and start using them and start finding value. And so over the last year, you've seen a lot of launches coming in security, and these are just a few of those. Things like automatic enrollment in Google Management, so Google Device Management. So when a user comes in with a BYOD, and they sign in with their corporate credentials, it's automatically enrolled for Light Management. And that allows you to see what data those devices are accessing and exactly what those devices are doing, and also allows you to wipe corporate data from those devices. Security Health and the security dashboards, which give you a high-level overview of important security metrics from your organization. The investigation tool, which allows you to dive in quickly, get deep in the data, and take remediative steps. the Alert Center, where we communicate the most important things to you that you should look into and proactively let you know about things that are happening. And then, of course, Gmail. And Gmail, we know, is a huge vector of attack, email in general, I should say. So we are constantly investing in Gmail to ensure that it is very secure and covering all of your needs and making sure that your users are protected. We've launched things like Security Sandbox, confidential mode, and business email compromise protections. And so we're consistently adding more and more tools for you there so that Gmail is the best possible solution for you. However, as we continue to talk to our customers, one thing we consistently hear, and I'm sure you guys have heard this as well, is that there's always too much to do. There's always that one product or that one vector of attack that you're trying to get to that you just can't because you have too much going on in other areas. We have yet to talk to a security team that told us that they have too much time on their hands or they're too fully staffed. We haven't seen that yet. If you do have that situation, we'd love to talk to you about how you got there. But with this, what we're trying to do is find ways that we can help you automate security and remove some of the redundant tasks that you're doing now that aren't really adding value or aren't requiring all of the expertise that you have, so that you can invest that time and expertise into other areas that will add more value to your organization. And so with that, what we want to do is we want to talk through just a couple of products that are currently there that are kind of removing work from you. And then we want to walk through a few new products or enhancements to existing products that will help you better automate your workflows. And then we'll jump into some demos to show you how all these things fit together. So earlier I mentioned Gmail. Now, I really like this image because I think it walks you through kind of step by step what protections are in place. And whether you're talking about before an email is even sent, or when a user receives it and opens it and clicks on a link, or even grants a third-party OAuth token, you have protections built in to help you better protect each of those steps and remove some of that kind of manual work that you'd have to go in and investigate and remediate these things. So Gmail is an area where you'll continue to see new innovations, and even this image doesn't include everything because it doesn't have Security Sandbox, confidential mode, or business email compromise on there. So there's even more, and honestly, if we put everything that Gmail's doing on a slide, it would be much more than one slide. The second thing I want to hit on again is the Google device management and the automatic enrollment. And this is something that has had a really positive impact for a lot of the organizations that we work with. It gives them logging and visibility into what is happening, and all of those logs are integrated into many of our other security products like the Security Center. And so on top of having visibility of what these devices are doing, you also have the option to wipe that data, so you don't have to go in and manage those devices as much in the case of BYOD devices. And then hijacking prevention is another area I want to call out, and specifically security keys are a very, very effective way to protect your users. And if you can prevent the hijackings, it saves you a ton of work that you have to do later in cleaning them up and potential damage or loss of company data. So we don't know of a single user that has been compromised when they were using security keys. They're that effective, and we recommend that every user has them, or at least privileged users are using them. On top of the security keys, though, we're consistently investing in models to detect anomalous behavior from users, so that we can find those and we can alert you about them. And so a lot of the alerts that you may have been seeing in the Alert Center are actually generated automatically by identifying anomalous behavior that users are doing. So with that, I now want to talk about kind of some of the newer betas and launches that we have coming out to help you automate your workflows. The first is work we've been doing around data loss prevention, or DLP. And what we've been doing is working to unify the experience of creating a Gmail or Drive rule so that you can create one single rule to automate the protection of both of those products. In addition, we'll talk through some of the other things we've been doing around visibility to help you better understand when those rules are triggering and what they're doing. The second is the investigation tool, and we'll hit on the new activity rules, which allow you to build rules to automate actions or alerts based on specific events that are happening. And then the third is the Alert Center, and we'll talk about how we are making updates and continuing to improve that product so that you can see the most relevant alerts first. So we just want to hit high level on each of these, and then we'll show you kind of how they fit together and how they work in the demo flows. And so first, data loss prevention. If you're not familiar with the product, basically what it is it's the ability to create rules in Gmail and Drive to detect certain patterns, whether that's strings or regex or using one of the predefined detectors to block exfiltration before it happens, or also to detect malicious information before it comes into your organization. One of the really cool things about data loss prevention is it's built right into the product, so it stops things before they happen. So it's not something that happens and then DLP goes and cleans it up. It actually prevents documents from being shared in the first place. We'll show you a little bit more about what that looks like. But for the updates for DLP, what we've done is we've unified the experience of creating these rules, but then also we've really invested in logging and visibility around what these rules are doing. We've gotten a lot of feedback that it would make DLP much more effective when you can see exactly when it triggers and make sure that they are tailored to the exact data you're trying to detect and prevent from being shared. And so we'll walk you through how we've integrated those logs and that visibility into the Security Center and how you can use that to look at other data and kind of figure out what's happening with your sensitive content. The second area is the Security Center, and so there's three major components to the Security Center. The first is Security Help, which keeps you up to date on the newest tools and settings that are available to you to best protect your organization. And so this is really meant to help you be proactive and to prevent issues before they even happen. The second is the security dashboards, which give you that high-level overview of important metrics in your organization. These also give you actionable content that you can find issues and then jump quickly into the investigation tool to act. So they're meant to help you detect issues. And then the investigation tool, which allows you to do really advanced queries to correlate data across different types, and then to take large bulk actions. And this tool is really powerful because it scales from whether you want to delete one email from a user's inbox or whether you want to delete 1 million. So it scales really well to the size of your organization. So with the Security Center, one of the things we're really excited about, and we've been doing a lot of work on the Security Center in general, but this session will mainly focus on the new activity rules. And again, these allow you to, based on any log query you do in the investigation tool, create automated actions and alerts to let you know when those things happen. And so we'll show you how powerful those can be in remediating issues you've seen in the past, and they work great as a companion to data loss prevention rules. So with that, I want to welcome my colleague Darshan on the stage, who will talk a little bit more about the Alert Center and some of the changes we've been doing there.
Great. Thank you, Chad. My name is Darshan Patel, and I'm one of the product managers within G Suite that works on Alert Center. And first of all, I'm super excited to be here to tell you about the new beta features that we're launching in the Alert Center that has launched as of this morning. But first, a little bit of a summary about the Alert Center. The Alert Center launched about 6 months ago, and it's available for all G Suite licenses. So that includes Basic, Business, and Enterprise. And it really provides 3 key capabilities. It provides a single pane of glass of all your essential security notifications. So this makes it easier for you to save time with everything in one place. It also gives you a view of your overall security exposure, to help you prioritize your team's workload, as well as making it easy and faster to do remediation with integration into other tools. The Alert Center has several different types of alerts across 3 primary categories. The first category is phishing and malware. As Chad talked about, that is one of the most common threats that we see, and his slide earlier showed about 91% of cybersecurity starts in email. So this is an area that we continuously invest in. So we show that 99.9% of spam and phishing emails get stopped before they make it to the user, but users' attacks keep changing over time, and we keep learning. As we learn, we go back and see if any of the messages inside your users' inboxes have been affected and match new patterns we've learned about. And this is what we call reclassification. When this occurs, we will automatically move emails from your users' inboxes and put them into the spam account for you. And if your users had already engaged with those messages, you will get a notification in the Alert Center to let you know that there's something that you should go investigate, and then you can move it or delete it for your user. The second category is account warnings. And this is where we're using machine learning models to detect suspicious behavior that might be occurring in an account. And this is looking for compromised accounts that might have been occurred during login or even during in-app activity. And the third area is device management that Chad also touched upon. And here we're automatically looking at suspicious device behavior. So if a device has been rooted or it's jailbroken or device properties have changed on that device. And one of the key goals of the Alert Center for us is to help you protect your users, your devices, and your data. Now, listening to our customers is one of the most important things we do, and it helps us make a good product even better. We talked to about 100 or several hundred customers where we received feedback through surveys, interviews, and our alpha program. And I'd like to thank all those alpha customers, several are here today, for their participation in giving us feedback across the whole G Suite family of security products. One of the common themes that we heard was the need for collaboration. And this was to make it easier for teams to prioritize their workloads. So with today's beta release, we focused on these areas. The first one is being able to help you prioritize automatically by giving each alert type a different severity setting. So Google has gone ahead and mapped the severity to each of the alerts, but you as your admin, you can change those to fit your business needs. The second is the ability to track status. So you can now see if alerts are new, in progress, or closed. And the third is to manage workloads by assigning alerts to different team members. So this enables faster prioritization and more efficient collaboration. So now let's take a look at a demo. So let me quickly log in. And the first demo I'm going to show you is how easy it is to roll into mobile device management for your users. There we go. All right, so let me go to mobile device management. So I'm going to click on the menu on the upper left-hand corner, hit devices, and go to mobile devices. And on my, let me log into my admin account. And on my device, I'm going ahead and just logging into my corporate email account. So I just need to do a couple clicks here. So just like any user, I'm going to log in. And here I just need to agree to the terms of service. And it's going to check against the device policies that you've set up as an admin. And I just need to agree to enroll. So let me do that. And now here in the admin console, you will see that there are about 10 devices. And this is all live. I'm going to go ahead and refresh. And let's see if we see the new device enrolled. So perfect. We see Good Dershan's Pixel 2 XL that has just enrolled. And now you have the ability to manage this device, and this device is following the policies that you have already set. If you wanted, you can click on the three-dot menu on the end, and you can see some of the features like wipe the device or delete the device available. So that is showing you just how easy it is for users to automatically enroll and be protected on the device front. Next, we're going to go into the Alert Center. So I'm going to click on that same menu and go to Security and Alert Center. And here you can see there's several alerts that the admins can see. And we're going to pick the one that's device compromise. So let me open that one up. And now in this journey, we're going to go through and see how easy it is to triage messages and prioritize them. So we can see that this Android device was rooted, and it belongs to Darshan at Dynamics 70. That happens to be the device I had just enrolled. And there's different device properties there. And as we scroll down, we can see this new section called Related Alerts. So this is one of the new beta features that we just launched this week. And what we're doing here is we're looking for other alerts within the Alert Center that might have to do with this incident to help you triage it better. So the first one here is phishing message detected post-delivery. So this looks pretty interesting. This is one of the examples we had talked about earlier. So let me click on that. And I can see Google has detected one reclassified message from Darshan at MyBigRName. So that looks pretty suspicious. So let's go back to the other message. Now we know that we have a story coming together. Looking at the next related alert, I can see that is leaked password. So this is another detection we do automatically on your behalf. We are looking at public sites where your users' credentials have been leaked. And when we find those situations, we automatically notify you through the Alert Center so you can work with your users to remedy that situation. Another alert is government-backed attacks. So again, we are automatically detecting if there might be a state-sponsored initiative that is trying to compromise your users. So it looks like there's a lot of serious items going on here. So let me scroll back up to the top and prioritize and assign this alert. So I'm going to change the severity to high because there's a lot going on here. I'm going to change the status to in progress and assign it to my colleague Chad. And it automatically pre-fills, and let me apply that. So again, just within a few minutes, we were able to show how easy it is to triage and prioritize an alert. Next, let's go back to the Alert Center screen. And we're going to pretend that now I'm Chad, just a little shorter, and go back in here. And I see that there's an alert assigned to me. We would have also sent an email to Chad saying that Darshan the admin had sent or assigned him an alert. So I'm going to open this up. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner, all these fields are there. Again, these are all part of the new beta. And if I scroll to the bottom in the alert history area, you can see a change log of everything that has happened with this account. So teams can collaborate better and know what has happened. So let me go back up to the top. And this is where we have the integrated remediation. So as an admin, I could go one of a couple of different ways. One, I might try to figure out how this happened. And we did have some leads there through the phishing and leaked password alerts. And the other one might be to see, are there any other things that might have happened, such as data exfiltration, maybe sharing of Drive documents. So let's go and click on the Investigate Alert. And this is part of the seamless integration. And now I'm going to open up the investigation tool. And in the investigation tool, it is pre-filling the characteristics from the alert into the query builder, so you don't have to do any of that. And if I scroll to the bottom, you can see there's that result for the compromised device. Now I'm going to pivot to see if there might have been any data exfiltration that occurred in Drive. So by the device owner, I'm going to click on the three-dot menu, and you'll see a whole list of items. Let me scroll down a little bit. Different ways you can pivot on this information. And I'm going to select Drive Logs Actor. And this is to look where Darshan at Dynamics 70 had done Drive log events, or used Drive. And I'm going to add a condition here to see if the visibility has been changed. And in particular, we're looking to see if the visibility change, let me pick that condition, has changed externally. So we're going to look to see if anything went from internal to external. And I'll scroll down and click on search. It usually just takes a few seconds. All right, and as I scroll down, we will see that there's 6 documents that have changed in Darshan's account that have gone from internal to external. And looking at the titles, they look pretty sensitive. We see org charts for secret project, M&A activity, PRDs, sales projections. So let's go ahead and click on the checkbox to select all of them and look at what actions we can perform. So here we can change the owners, remove users, disable, download, copy, print, as well as go a little deeper with file audit or file permissions. So let's go ahead and click on that. And now it's going to open up a new window where you can see more details on exactly who documents have been shared with. In this case, we can see the Project Zero org chart has been shared mainly with internal employees at Dynamics 70, but we also see there is one external person of bad Darshan at my big R name. And this one, if you may recall, happened to be the same related alert that was responsible for the phishing email. So let me go ahead and revoke privileges by clicking on the menu, and I can remove access for bad Darshan. But we also want to look at all the documents. So let me click on the left side to select all the documents, and I can click on Actions, and I can go ahead and select which users I want to remove, and I am going to remove Darshan at my.bigr.name. And now he has been removed from access for all of these files. While we're on the screen, we should also go and check to see if any documents might have been shared publicly. So I'm clicking on links up at the top, and I can see 3 of the documents have been made public. So let's go ahead and click on the title, select all of those, and edit the link sharing. And let's make these all restricted. And I'm going to go ahead and apply that. All right, so just within a few minutes, we were able to go through 3 common security use cases where we can show how we help automate and simplify the experience. The first one was automatic enrollment into mobile device management. The second one was automatically looking for incidents and suspicious behaviors that are occurring for your users. This case was the device being compromised. We also saw a leaked password and a post-delivery phishing reclassification, as well as how easy it is to triage, investigate, and remediate a situation. With that, I'm going to hand it back over to Chad to continue on with the demo. Thank you. All right.
So really quick, let me set this up here. Okay, so Darshan walked us through how you can use the Alert Center to better understand the threats that are coming into our organization, and then how you can quickly use those to remediate any issues. I want to talk a little bit about how we can use policy to prevent issues from happening, and then also after we've done an investigation similar to what Darshan showed you, how we can set a activity rule to prevent that type of thing from happening again, or at least automate alerts around those. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start with the new data loss prevention experience. And so if you come to the left-hand menu and you go to security and you look under data protection, this is kind of the beta experience. So if you sign up for the beta for DLP, this is what you'd see. So here we can click on manage rules, and we have a list of rules we've created. And in this specific scenario, we have a rule we created around Project Utopia, which is a sensitive project that this company this organization is working on. And so what they've done is they've gone through and they've created a policy for the entire organization when a file is shared, or we could do also when an email is sent. If it contains Utopia, we want to block external sharing. And so we've created this rule. And now, if we go to Drive, we can find a file related to Utopia here. And I'll go ahead and... so if we open something related to Utopia, what we see as an end user is it actually changes the way that the sharing icon looks. So it shows a shield showing that this document is actually sensitive. It should not be shared externally. If the user hovers over the sharing icon, it also informs them of that. And this is really important because it is educating the end users. It's helping them understand what types of content are sensitive and what they should be thinking about when they're looking at documents like this. If they do decide to go ahead and continue and try to share this document, when they go to share it to anyone on the web, what will happen is they'll actually receive an error which will tell them that this is sensitive, they cannot share it externally. Beyond just educating the end user, though, we know that it's really important for admins to have visibility into how their policies are interacting with content and exactly what's happening. So one of the other things that you'll see in the beta experience for DLP is you'll see this investigate rule option. And this is similar to what Darshan was showing you in the Alert Center. But when you click on this, what happens is it takes you into the investigation tool. And it queries for that specific rule, which will show you all of the logs associated with it for when that rule has triggered. So we can see that specifically this rule has triggered on quite a few different documents related to Utopia. So the roadmap, the financials, the competitive analysis, and it looks like it's all been done by this Chad Tyler user. So there might be something going on with this user. We can dig in deeper and actually figure out what's happening. So we can dig in and remediate this specific issue. So we'll pivot on this user, and we'll look at Gmail log events where this user received the email. And we'll say specifically we want to see emails that are not from our current organization. So we'll copy that. And also, we want to filter out emails that are from Google, in that we don't want to see the alerts that are coming in. And then when we query for that, what this will show us is the external emails that this user received. So we want to see potentially how this user was compromised by a phishing email. So we see several different emails that came in. Specifically, we can look at the log events for what happened. It looks like this user only opened and clicked on one email. So you can see here the updated terms of service. They received it, they opened it, and then they clicked on a link. And it looks like it went to a malicious site. So we know that this might be potentially how they were compromised. Now what we can do here is we can actually pivot on this message ID, and we can see everyone in our organization who received this. And so we'll look for everyone in our organization who received this specific email to make sure that no one else was compromised. And so we can see here quite a few of our users received it, but this user was the only one that opened it and the only one that clicked on the link. Just to make sure that there's no more issues with this email, we can come and we can delete these messages to make sure that none of our other users click on this. So we'll type that in and we can click delete. So now what we can do is we can actually, we've come in, we've created the DLP rule, we've looked at kind of where that's triggered, and then we've gone to better understand like how that user was compromised in the first place. But it looks like this domain, inc42.com, is targeting our users. So we might want to actually prevent this from happening again in the future. And so what I want to show you now is how you can use activity rules, the new activity rules that we've added to the investigation tool, to create policies based on the attributes of logs that you're receiving. So we'll create a new query, and we'll say Gmail log events. If it's from and it contains Inc. 42, we want to block it. And so we'll say specifically when we receive emails from Inc. 42. And then what we can do right within the investigation tool is we can come to this three-dot menu, and we can go to Create Rule. And that takes us to a pretty similar experience to what you saw for data loss prevention or DLP. And we can say block bad domain. And then this pulls in the query that we were using in the investigation tool itself. And then when we go to the next step, this will generate a preview for us for how often emails from Inc. 42 have come into our organization. So you can kind of see the history of when that's happened. And then we can say if within an hour it happens even 0 times, or if we want to set a specific threshold, we can say more than 100 or more than 1,000. So this works really well for things like document exfiltration if you want to see if more than a certain amount of documents are shared outside of your organization. This is a really flexible tool that you can use. Then we can set an action and say if we receive an email from Inc. 42, I want to send it to quarantine, or I want to delete it, whatever makes sense. And then we also want to receive an alert, and I want to send that alert to the admin. And so just that quickly, we can create a new rule, which will then perform that action whenever our threshold is triggered, and it will also send us an alert, and you'll receive that alert in the same alert center that Darshan was walking you through before. And so that's a quick view of how you can use data loss prevention to prevent things from before they even happen, how you can use the logs associated with those to dig in, detect and remediate issues, and then how you can go back to prevention. You can use the activity rules within the investigation tool to use the same queries you were using to prevent this from happening again, and kind of follow that loop of continuing to tailor your organization so that you have less of these things happening and you can prevent them from happening in the first place. So with that, we want to jump back to the slides really quick. And I want to hit on APIs. So APIs are obviously a really important part of automating security. And so all of the data that we just showed you is available through these 3 different APIs. And so the product APIs themselves, you use the Gmail, Drive, device management APIs, and you can get the state information that we were showing you. The reports APIs is where all of the logs are available. And then the Alert Center API allows you to pull all of the alerts into other tools if you're using other tools to manage your alerts and to coordinate your remediation. And so we know that the APIs are a very important part of this story. One of the things that we wanted to do is show you how one of our partners was able to leverage these APIs to build a product that allows you to get better visibility and automate remediation as well. And we also know that it's very important to be able to extend this to your broader ecosystem, which is why we wanted to bring Rishi from Sumo Logic to talk a little bit more about their experience in building out a product based on these APIs. Rishi.
Thank you, Chad. So my name is Rishi Divte. I'm the product manager for apps and integrations at Sumo Logic. And I want to thank Google for giving us this opportunity to partner with them and allowing us to showcase our integration with G Suite and Alert Center. So a little bit about Sumo Logic. We are a cloud-native machine data analytics service, and we support over 2,000 customers across various industry verticals. Some of our key customers are Airbnb, Major League Baseball, New York Life, Visa, and Salesforce.com. So Sumo Logic helps in 3 major areas, the first being operational analytics, where we help you monitor, alert, and troubleshoot your application issues or performance. The second area is business analytics, where we help you understand how customers are using your applications. And finally, security analytics, which is the focus of today's presentation, where we help you monitor, detect, investigate, and respond to security alerts and threats. So Sumo Logic provides these capabilities in one platform, so you get the data in once, and you get operational, business, and security insights. So how does this work? So we collect, index, and store machine data, which includes events, logs, and metrics from a number of on-premise, SaaS, and cloud platform data sources. Once this data is in, you can query it with our rich query language, dashboards, or use out-of-the-box applications. So one of these apps is the Sumo Logic G Suite app. We have over 100 customers using this app across the globe, and it's focused on 3 major use cases. The first being G Suite usage, then administrative activity, and security monitoring. So over the past few months, we've been working with the activity logs that we are already collecting and data from other applications and security data sources. We see Sumo Logic and Google providing 3 key benefits. The first being the ability to monitor and detect critical security threats by combining alerts from Alert Center with alerts from other security data sources. Secondly, investigating your alerts. And finally, responding and remediating alerts when they occur again. So to summarize how this works, we collect data from G Suite via the Reports API and from Alert Center via the Alert Center API. So these are the APIs that Chad just talked about. And I just wanted to commend the G Suite team for making this critical data available. And as we'll see going forward, this helps our customers quickly investigate and respond to alerts in their IT infrastructure. So once this data comes in, we have rich out-of-the-box dashboards that analyze both G Suite activity and data from Alert Center. So let's take a look at an example of how Sumo Logic can help monitor, detect, and investigate threats. So this is our G Suite overview dashboard that shows a summary of all the activity that's happening in G Suite, and we have drill downs specific to Alert Center. This shows our Alert Center overview dashboard that shows all the data that we've gotten from Alert Center so far. So here we see an example of a user's credentials being compromised. And I just wanted to point out the level of detail that's coming in from Alert Center, where you have the username, the time this compromise happened, and the alert type. And this is something that you definitely want to go ahead and investigate. So this brings us to the Alert Center investigations dashboard in Sumo Logic, where we've automatically correlated Alert Center data with all of G Suite activity. And we have these 2 panels that shows all G Suite activities by compromised users. Similarly, you also want to look into all the logins by compromised users to determine how active they are and where they're coming from. Okay? This kind of ability where we focus our panels on all activities and logins by compromised users, we also have panels for compromised devices, we've seen helps analysts, security analysts, and security teams cut down the amount of time required to investigate an alert or incident. So we've talked about correlating Alert Center data with G Suite activity, but what about your other business applications? Right? So here we are seeing an example on the right where we are doing a search in Sumo Logic across all of Salesforce.com event data to get a list of all the reports downloaded by a compromised user that was detected by Alert Center. So having this capability of investigating data across various applications is something that is super valuable for our customers, and that's why they use us for their security use cases. So I also wanted to point out that you can easily create your own dashboards in Sumo Logic by combining dashboard panels from various apps or even creating some of your own. So by doing this, you can create a dashboard that's very specific to your company or organization, and you get a quick overview of all the security aspects, whether it's endpoints, network, identity management systems, cloud platforms, or even on-premise data sources. So now that we've looked into how to monitor, detect, and investigate security alerts, let's talk about how to automatically remediate these when they happen again. So this is a document from the G Suite help that talks about how to identify and secure compromised G Suite accounts. So this is like a 4-step process, and this is an example of a workflow. And creating, managing, and managing these workflows in a consistent manner is critical for maintaining your overall security posture. So what we at Sumo Logic do is help in automate the creation of these incident response workflows by sending data to a number of ticketing, notification, and response systems. We also see that this kind of workflow creation and sending critical data about what happened compromised user. Finally, creating these workflows is also something that we've seen that helps prevent alert fatigue by sending data to the right teams that have specific areas of responsibility, as opposed to sending all alerts to the entire security team. So just to summarize our experience as a partner, security alerts and threats. With that, I'd like to call Darshan back on stage to summarize our talk.
Thank you, Rishi. I really appreciate the great overview of how Google and Sumo Logic can work together to provide integrated solutions that fit well into your existing infrastructure. To summarize what we covered today, the first one was what Chad had been talking about some of the pain points that many of you face. 3 ways. One is through hijacking protection with security keys. Another one is device management, as well as phishing protection. As well, we covered 3 of the new betas that we're launching this week. First one was Alert Center that now provides built-in collaboration to help you prioritize your alert management. The second one was DLP to provide you capabilities to prevent sensitive data transfer. And the third was Activity Rules that now helps you automate repetitive tasks as well as apply automatic actions and alerts. Also, we want to thank Sumo Logic for being here to talk about how we're collaborating with our partner ecosystem to build solutions that integrate within your existing infrastructure. With that, I'd like to thank all of you for attending today. At the bottom, there is a blog that we just published this morning that has the link to all of the beta sign-up forms for the 3 that we talked about today. And we're going to stay around afterwards to answer any questions. We'll be up front and then in the hallway afterwards. Thank you.